Okay, folks, it's another beautiful day in Liberia. A great way to kickstart the Spoon Talk for this week. I want to welcome everyone to another edition of Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. This is Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news, the information. This is where you get the analysis on the critical national issues, the views of Liberians. This is where you get to hear the policymakers speak. This show is a beacon of hope for thousands, if not millions, of Liberians across the world who rely on this space to get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. So I'd like to welcome you tonight. My name is Nelson Collet. Welcome to Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. And of course, on several other frequencies across the country, thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bunk, Trend Radio in Grand Cru, Radio Yalamani, Seclipi, Niba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country for always relaying the program. Many thanks to our online audience, all of you online who always make up time to join us here. I want to say thanks for coming on. Welcome. I see Shedrack Care is here tonight from Park City, Berwat Alfred, Philip Bala, Tamba Labi. Thanks to all of you for joining in tonight. The best you can do is to share the show, and it doesn't matter where you're joining in from. Just share the program across your different social media handles. Let's share the show and making sure that we can reach all the people across the world who need to know exactly what's happening in Liberia. Sam Zora, Mustafa Luman, Daniel Nathan Jr., I see Will Porter Abel. Thank you for coming on tonight. Keep sharing the program. Let us know where you're joining us from. Share your thoughts in the comment section. And let's have the show together. Doda Colley, that's Dada Colley. Thank you for coming on tonight. I see Nathaniel K. Hill is here. Tommy Johnson is joining us as well. Thanks to all of you for coming on. Spoon Talk is on the radio. It's on your TV. Catch us on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We're on Facebook, and our Facebook handle is Spoon TV. We're on Fabric TV on Facebook, and on Super TV on Facebook as well. All right, so as we always do, we're going to move to the first segment of the program where we get to hear from you, take some calls, hear your thoughts, hear what that issue is that is of concern to you. What is it you want to talk about? Is it about health, education? Is it about the economy? Is it about the environment? Just anything that is of concern to you. The first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you so that you get to weigh in your thoughts on the issues. You get to share your thoughts and just talk about issues randomly. Just anything that is of concern to you. We dedicate this segment of the program to you. So I'd like to welcome you tonight to the program and just keep sharing the show. I see a lot of you have already started joining us as we now move in to take calls. Let's hear the folks joining us tonight. So 0555 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 0555 that's the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Spoon Talk is back on the radio. I'm Nelson Colette, the CEO, and the rest of the team will join us. And once they come on, we hand controls over to them. But just keep sharing the program. All of you joining us tonight, we appreciate you for coming on. Lee Fade, Saving Grace, Abar, that's Aman, Hawa, Patmo, Mamadi Kamara, Joe, and all of you coming on. Just keep sharing the program. Let's have a great show tonight. So we'll go to the phone lines now and start to take your calls. Keep it coming to 0555 and you'll be live on the program tonight. This person, hello, you're live. Your name and where you're joining us from? Yes, sir. Let's hear you. Mo Baba, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind that they have men in our opportunity. The way you can talk about the government, the people can get fed. But as one goes more about CBC, so get that is attacking the family on the show there. That what people are telling the people, let's be careful with these people. They can't take all these people. They get certain points of view, they're not important. They try to use for tomorrow, but they get the power.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you. Evanso, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on. What's on your mind, sir? Let's hear you quickly. The allegation, the huge allegation was left against former Minister Samuel Biswell, and we all knew that story is factual. When PDP took power 2019, when they took the over 2019 with no accountability, and what is correct. And then to the power leaders, what after that, it took it to you say what kind of exercise what so Alfonso, let me ask you now. You say what kind of exercise that people carry on? No, that exercise, that mop exercise, that mop up exercise. Yeah, now mop it. Yeah. Thank you very much for your input tonight, sir. Thank you very much, Evanso. We appreciate your participation tonight. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you call from. Hello? Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. Yes, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you. What's on your mind? Mm. Okay. Okay. So that's your issue tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your concern. We hope the relevant authority can take siege of that. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Who is it?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yes. January day from far for water.
Daniel, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Is the first comment that Senate about the CEO. The CEO still worry about that. The CEO has information. He has record. He has information. And the people get back information. I believe that you one day this witness to this country. Because the information I believe is factual.
Thank you.
Because they are showing some horses, some pictures, some things on television that he shows some horses that it was coming to even though some Mandela, he shows some horses. So even the assets before everything, he should start as witness for
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. We take this person. Hello. Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yes, Manolo,
Peterson, what's on your mind? Hmm.
It's not a waste from. This is what like vegan. War transport is making sure that what the people shouldn't go back. Because when people are from Lima, the listening to Frank Johnson and moving personally, if I was to call it here in this song, we left them before. But it's not a waste from people that say that because Senator Johnson has out and then the whole issue of the war transport is that now all your waste country or law or Senator Johnson rules.
Thank you.
They are 116
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's all you there. Take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Yes, sir. It's good to have you on. Daniel, what's on your mind? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Good evening, sir. Zigben, let's hear you. What's on your mind? Hmm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input. I see Councilor Cool has joined in. Council, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Though we're taking calls from the Liberian people, but it's good to see you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. Good evening to all those that are following. I promised to try to get on the show a little sooner than my colleague. So maybe there'll be some other issues that may arise from the previous our previous discussion. And maybe
Okay.
some people are having some issues they want clarity on legally. We can trash that one or and resolve it before the actual show starts. So anyone have those concerns, I'm open to your questions and your comments. Thank you.
Okay, so it's gonna be a mix of everything. What's on your
Yeah.
mind, and then if you have some legal concerns, um, questions you want to pose to Councilor Gu, you can do that as well. So we'll keep taking the calls. 0555 101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the show tonight. We take this person. Hello, yes, you're live. Let's hear you. Andy Siaka, go ahead.
One of the biggest things I think is happening is just person taking the reconciliation to together. This one started with a big reconciliation. So in my mind, I think there's no need to work too. Because if you are preaching reconciliation, is that another work food, then there's no need of reconciliation. So I think the president of the prioritize one, either the reconciliation that we started with, or go to work food, or we go to work food and reconcile the food.
Okay.
So I'm asking the president to decide whether you want to do the reconciliation, which we appreciate, and for going to work food.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Good evening, sir. Let's hear you, radio man. Oh, thank you. So that in your community they get that bridge, where people can pay small thing and then they cross. Ah, okay. Thank you for your input, sir. We appreciate you. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Let's hear you. What's on your mind? And in case you have a question for the council. Ah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Hello. Let's hear you. Yes, go ahead. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, just conclude now. Thank you very much for your input. So keep your calls coming through. 05551010075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. Let's take this person. Hello, let's hear you. Yes, sir. It's good to have you.
Thank you. I thank you for your I have come from District 6 to some of our colleagues to District 6.
What's on your mind?
Oh, let me tell you a message. You know, when somebody ready to rise to the liberate people, they can be sweating, like summer sweat.
Oh,
Summer sweat rise to our message. You cannot be the guy, all I know that you be lying to the liberate people like that.
we're gonna lie.
So, listen, the first thing that is a poor economy is a poor heart. They are not even teachers for the liberate people. They are also that. I think so. That's why now, I found out ministry and the spokesman call you. That's it, call you. You know, the money that done, I mean, to us and to find out, he just he found out ministry, I mean, their project. You know, recent time, the money that he said, I tell to find out ministry. So, Daniel now put on the prayer to the abundant people that to us just put that money. You can call me, you can call me the next time. That's why you have to put our money into that care. They want to that care, so our money for the account. So recent time, I live in a poor line to the people. I will ask on our ministry, Mr. Kappa, the money now in Mr. Kappa, I mean, the ministry account. You see how the country is growing. So I want to call on my president, President Jacob Water, make sure it's not corruption to the leadership. So you don't need to share.
Thank you.
You don't need to share these guys.
Thank you for your input. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hold you there and take another person here. Hello, your name and where you call from. Just be as fast as you can. 30 seconds. Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm James calling from Chiesa Road.
James, what's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern has to do with the kids on the street. They are relatively the children pattern. Like the children are running, motorbike, they are running again. They will arrest them, they will keep them for 2-3 hours, they finish 2,000-3,000 There are some of them are lines of people. They go to backyard of the state and the people can get for what they say. If you are less than the whole day, they are you want 1,000, 3,000, you tell them to go away.
Okay.
Then you are putting them in trouble. You know, I think they have to go to people to pay people money at backyard of it. I think the police are acting very bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you come to
That's it.
you hold the person in a one or two hundred around it, you
All right. Thank you.
That's it. That's it.
Thank you.
Are we using the cell phone? It's not sounding right. What are you using?
Yeah.
You said thank you,
We
the message
we
talking.
we are using the cell phone, the regular
But
cell phone.
I thought you said you'll fix it, man.
We're using the regular phone. Okay, let me try an alternative line. Let me try this one and see
No, it
something.
mean alternative lie, man. You listen to the thing. The people talking letters say they way in for ya.
But then I think it's from the online, but for here everything is good. The
Yeah, but
audio, everything is good.
we online should be able to hear the people that we hearing you, right? So yeah, you gotta fix it, man. You gotta fix it. Dama say he fixed it, but it's like the audio is very bad. It's very,
Okay,
very
can we
bad.
try this guy and see? We have a caller here. Let's see if it will be okay from here. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, is the audio good from that end? Oh, okay, no. I think there's an issue here with this what the audio thing. Yeah, I think there's an issue with the audio thing, but cancel.
Mm.
I think it's over to you. The CEO is making some adjustments.
Yeah, I don't know whether I got the. Is there any question I'll ask because I'll try to do something on my phone here. But some questions. You okay? You hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah.
somebody said I can sometimes well I would say argue or speak one sided. But it depends on the understanding of the person. I think Comfort Gifler raise that issue. It depends on the understanding, it depends on the topic. And sometimes we come on the show, we play the devil advocate. It doesn't mean that we they want to take a particular side. But lawyers will always try to argue two ways. So somebody maybe stand on raise an issue, then I will take the other approach, so that we can have it both ways, so the show can be balanced, the discussion can be balanced. So that's why. But when it comes to the law, I, I argue strictly on the position that I would take, even though I have the expertise to argue both sides, because as a lawyer you must be able to argue for or against, and you must even be able to serve as a judge. So when you are even taking your exams, or so many exams we took, they tell you, say, they give you a case scenario and tell you to say, okay, if it's a criminal case, they'll say argue and take the side of a prosecutor. If you are a prosecutor, what will you do? And then how will you present your case? And then you look at that same case, and then they also tell you, say, take the defense. If the person, your client was a defendant in this case, how will you defend the person? you know then they tell you again, to say, okay, you're a judge. If you are the judge and you are listening to the prosecutor and listening to the defense, how will you rule? So you understand, imagine you have one question that you're going to take three positions on. So that's why
Yeah.
when some of the discussions are ongoing, we take those positions so we can have a balance, so you can have a clear view. People think in different way. Yeah, so that's it. But we are clear on our position on issues of law. When we take a side on the law, we take a side. We don't, mince our words. And like I always said to you, Nelson, is nobody on the show, knows me. You know me better than any other person, journalist or so in with Spoon. So we are just who we are, and we'll continue to be who we are. We'll continue to say what the law is, and we'll continue to speak out those things that are good. We'll say it, and those things that are wrong, we'll criticize it. And that's our position. For us, we are not the people who criticize for job. We're not opposition, like they say we're looking for job.
But you
Where
want
you're
me to
looking
go
for
to the
job.
back for the man to finish talking? Nelson, you want
Hey,
me
you
to
see,
bring the back?
hey, you see,
Go
so,
to the
hey,
back,
see,
man.
hey, you see,
Today that Monday, man. For real. Today that
hey, you
Monday.
see, my brother. Hey, you see, hey, you see. Hey, you see, you can't hear, you go in the chat room, you deal with me, you raise issue. I can't hear. I say I can't sue you so I can deal my person. Okay. So Nelson, like I said, I remain the person I am. I remain the person I am, Nelson. I mean, not disturbing, man. Don't be confusion on the show tonight, please. Thank you. Don't be confusion on the show tonight. Yeah, please. Because me, I read it. You see, I came very early.
Listen, this man can let us know when he passes by exam and when he become a lawyer or counselor, whatever it is. Man, don't tell me about your, but man, listen, people problem, not my problem this time. I focus on the Liberian people, not on you. You got your job, you're enjoying, they ain't wasting my time about when you pass your bar exam. What I care about when you pass your bar exam? I don't worry about that thing, man. You making me losing my voice, man. I gotta take a break.
So you were in the, you see,
I gotta take a break.
You were in the back. You were in the back making adjustment. You were in the back making adjustment. The show we didn't want to start up this call. As soon you cleared and you finish talking, all the things.
No. Let me say this. I'm going to take a break. You have the whole show to yourself. Anybody you can do the show.
Yeah, leave. Go.
National
go. Don't want you tonight. Go. Carry your trouble. You like confusion. Go. You bring confusion on the show here tonight. Go.
Wait. You say you don't want me on the show, right?
Today. Go. Ain't you going? Ain't you going?
No. Don't take back your word. Let me
you say you go.
Whether they agree with you or whether they agree with you. I will leave.
That's it.
You don't want me?
That's it. I'm going to get in trouble. They may not see this. I won't be saying the background.
Let me
My man, you say if you leave me on the show, I'm going to tell the show. So that's it. Then go. That's what I said. Leave the show. I said go.
Don't be scared. Don't be kidding. You don't want me?
Huh?
Say, if you say I shouldn't be on the show, we ask the Liberian people if they agree with you. Then what?
No.
Tonight. What do you want on the show?
I only you must not come in a competition because you must not run a competition with this show.
No, competition. What are you?
No, I beg you. No. Don't. I beg you, my man.
And you will tell Liberian people what about Ellen wrote the murder in the Kasaba.
You not bring that story.
Ellen wrote that book or what about Baltimore? You will tell the Liberian people. You also go there. Yeah, man. I'm working with a lot of people. Who wrote the book? Murder in the Kasaba.
You got hard time. We told it here. We said it here. You say you don't talk. You can't say you come with your body.
You look at me and tell me that you don't want me on. So let me ask my people.
No, I didn't say I want you on. You said I will lead a show with you. I'm going. So I said, okay, go. Okay, come on.
Okay,
my man, come on.
Nelson, though you get the worst phone line right now, your phone call are terrible.
No. I already said stand up. No. There's no need. There's no need to have election when somebody can see. Why you have election when somebody can see? Yeah, I can see my come on the show. I can see. Come on the show. You want to election for the prove what? I can wear balance.
The whole thing right now, council said no. That once you bring Liberian people Benin, the whole thing you want to leave things to it.
It's crazy, man. I can wear balance. Tell the show. You want me here? You want me go in the background?
I don't want to be.
You want to go in the background? I in the background.
But man, come back. I don't want to be Richard Cool.
I want to tell you how transparent, how fair I am.
No, to be frank, because I come on the show.
I give you one balance.
Okay, wait.
Who come and do competition for your I beg you, my friend. You must not in that one. Please. Tell the show.
So I beg you. You can take it back down. You agree. You consider before the election, but wait now, be patient. Wait, I beg you.
You try. I'll I will just leave on the show. I will just go. I will just go. I will just myself. I will just leave. So don't try it.
But you are part of the election.
I will not be part of the election. NCDC pulled all the wrong election in 2011 and Manasseh State won.
We got to pay CDC. Manasseh gets CDC job. We have money.
Myself pulled all the election.
But wait. So let's understand this. You came up with an argument. And you're afraid to go for election. I've never seen it in my life. So it means that the day I test the ground in Liberia, even they don't run away.
That's all.
Even
forget
they
it.
don't say,
People
"I
run
want
away.
me again."
People run away. People run away. The day Senator will tell the ground Liberia.
The day I test the ground in Liberia, even they don't run away. Because I mean,
I don't know. Who Delon? I mean, Delon can run over and go. I mean, Delon is the. Let me tell you. Delon is the only. Delon is the only member of the legislature that I am well pleased with. I can never get tired of supporting Delon.
So let's do it one-on-one. I beg you, talk small. You know, we came early, right? That's the best part of the show I like. Before Uncle Senka on the show to talk about, he said how he been investing in Total, how he been selling ice and Uncle Senka. Every day he talking about himself. But this is the best part of the show that I like. Before that, the Richardson come and talk about CMC, how she get a new member called J. Melvin Cole. The man was a founding member, but again, she will say the man a new member. That's out of Richardson based it. Before Danny come on the show and say, you say we talk one-on-one.
Discussion.
Yeah, I agree. I part of it. Before Glennie came on the show to say her father was a lawyer, so she got right to say she's a lawyer. I have never seen that in my life. Her father was a lawyer, so she's a lawyer. I have never seen that. I'm confused up to today. I don't know this loyalty here can be inherited. And that Glennie want to speak. Before Tama come on the show and say he will be running against Samuka in Lofa County, he got no one chance, but he still got hope. Before Fubi come on the show and say he ran 4 times, he didn't win, and this time around he think he will win because he's supporting Unity Party. I say I really don't understand. Before the family come on the show to talk about, let me follow alone because he feels like hell. So let's leave him alone. Who else come on the show? Before Mama come on the show to talk about Sekou Dukle, how he protected Sekou Dukle for the port. Then I was myself supporting. Myself, yeah, I got problem with the pill. So if me, I supported Sekou Dukle. We want to welcome all of you, Charles Russell. Yeah? Charles Russell was in the church today. This Sunday yesterday. We had a wonderful time, Charlie and myself. Charles, it's good to see you, sir. Tipos, Dempster, as always, it's good to see you. Marie, Sister Mama, how you doing, Marie? It's good to see you. Thomas Cry is here watching from Looking Time, I believe, somewhere up there. Fred Comte is here. I want to say to you, Freddie, James Etta, Widow Kukuru is here. Sumo Duana is here. Everybody asking for Asido. I don't know why, but I want to tell you that Baltimore wrote the book Murder in the Kasapa. It was first published 1968. You can go and check it out. But he wrote the book Murder in the Kasapa Patch, right? If I made a mistake, please forgive me, correct me. I will take your correction. But it's not Madam Ellen Johnson Salih. We cannot talk about that. You know, Asido, my brother. Long time since he was in 10th grade. We've been, family members, so that's fine. Let's bring in American. American is watching and say good evening. Let's bring in Rich. Rich is here. Shit Jusu is in the house. Voices Olawala Zoo is here. We want to bring in Gabriel Bestman, the best man from all over. He's here as well. Let's bring in Bobby Zena White. Sister Bobby, how you doing today? Elijah is here. We're going to talk about President trip to the U.S. $1.8 billion on the HPX. But we're going to talk about Zoom Lion. Zoom Lion, the allegation that they stole the Liberian people money. But John Shaffer, the city mayor of Monrovia, and the city mayor of Painesville brought them back. And they are part of the bidding process to give them multi-million dollars contract. These are allegations that 2012, 2013, 2014, they walked away with over $20 million of Liberian people money. And guess what happened? They come to walk away again. And when they did that, they ran. They never came back. And they're coming back again. Who brought it in the country? We got to ask them was Zoom Lion. What about the IAA? Did you follow the Virgin newspaper? Martin Cordy is spilling the beans on IAA. And IAA right now, they're looking like cuckoo. Guess what happened? The IAA director himself is in the hot water. I'm hearing that he's going around banking, because if this thing hit President Bouakai, he gone. How can an integrity institution? So we brought this story before, and the brother said we were lying. Now we get all the documents. The man told the Liberian people money. The guy said that's stupidity. You see that they've suspended your friend and you say involved in this kind of yama yama. These are allegations before, you know, and I will say this to you. This is a bad thing. I hope he gets some explanation. I hope he can come out and explain that he didn't do it. I really hope so, because it's bad. And he's in the chat room attacking me. Go and attack Martin Cody. Don't attack me. He's in their chat room attacking me. And I want to say, hey. That's a big one coming on this guy. We'll personally take all those documents, we'll send them all over, and LCC got to investigate. And once LCC start investigation, he got to be out. We cannot, and I'm saying to you, we cannot sit here and don't help this government. I know Akaris Gray, West movie came out in Ghana, they make plenty of money. Akaris Gray just arrived in the country. They make a lot of money, right? A lot of people want to see the boss chick, right? And Akaris Gray is coming. He's in Liberia now. They will be doing another one in Liberia on the 12th, this coming weekend. So guess what happened? He got to come here and start talking Tamata. Akaris Gray is generating a lot of money to run against Princeton. Right now, Akaris Gray, right now, as per his asset declaration, he $2.1 million. Akaris Gray is a millionaire. As per his asset declaration document that I have, $2.1 million. I think Princeton got to do better. And Akaris Gray West is a movie star now, producing her own movie. Joe Manuel was there. And from them, Joe Manuel is here in America. So Joe Manuel heard that President Barack come to meet Donald Trump. He started to say, come to America. I don't know who he come to meet, but he's here. The former President George Manuel is here. He's in America. He left Ghana. He's in America. We'll discuss that. Fatu Richardson, please don't start anything to your sister or your sister-in-law on the show, please. I'm not, you and your brother, yeah, I'm not going to recognize you, your family member, Fatu Richardson, and Dr. Richardson, brother, where his name, Orlando Chinaway. I'm not even going to talk about your sister on the show. Because now somebody call your name, it's like Mata, then you're ready to attack them. I will not even talk about your Teshika on the show. But you're welcome though. Helena Ajik Akibi. Again, Helena, how you doing? How you doing, Helena? Helena is my sister. How you doing? Pella Oma Manoa. Manoa, how you doing, man? Manoa, it's been a long time. It's good to see you. Fede Bala is here as well. Leslie Thomas is here. Justina Cannon is here. Moba Kwekwe is here. J. Roland Tia. You guys need to share the show right now, right now. You need to go on Facebook right now because it's going to be the hottest show of the nation. Don't forget, listen to me. Wednesday is the D-Day. Acido versus Martin Colley. Wednesday, 9 p.m. prime time in the country Liberia. Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Set your TV, set up your radio. We will sit back and monitor Acido going against Martin Colley. Right now, if anyone cancel that engagement, if anyone cancel that debate, they are loser. Acido cannot cancel. Martin Colley cannot cancel. Right now, I want to say to all of you, it's very, very important for you to know that right now, this is a very serious time in our country. That CDC versus Unity Party, that independent versus CDC, that education versus education. I understand all the yama yama on Facebook. Wednesday will be the big day. Every secret will come out. Everything you know about me, talk it. That will be that day. I saw Acido practicing. Nelson, can you get the video? I saw Acido training for Martin Colley. And I spoke to Martin Colley today. I said, what's your game plan? Martin said, not even you, I would tell. But he said, still in the first 3 minutes. I will shut Asedo up in the first 3 minutes, and then you can continue your show. I mean, a lot of people go on the Spoon page. We got over 4,300 emoji in the comments and likes and everything. 4,000. I have never seen that. Just to say, Asedo is going against Bantu Cody. Now, the border is a situation here. The border, Lofa and Nima were discussing. Who wrote Murder in the Kassaw Patch? Who wrote that book? We're discussing. I'm concerned. Now, people are saying, Stanton, we don't want you to moderate. But then who are moderate? I mean, look at my house here.
Amen.
What do you say?
We'll beg you. Please leave our team busy. We'll beg you.
You better
thought I won't. Yeah, but why you want somebody? Nobody raised issue. Are you moderating?
No. The showing side, yeah, we're sitting at 10 more minutes. Don't do that.
Nobody say you want moderate. Nobody say you want moderate. Nobody to know moderate.
Okay, thank you. Is that why you're saying thank you?
You know
yeah, well, you guys will be on. You guys will be the international panelists. We got a UN representative from South Sudan, Councilor Gu, in the house. We have the Dr. Francis Chinua Richardson. If she will be here, she will be in the house representing the women wing of the League of Nations. If we still have that,
we'll be the fact checker.
We'll have Darius though, the fact checker in the back, fact checking. All right, we'll have Uncle Sam from LSE, 72 years, and he's still going to school, asking for consultancy. He will be here. We're going to have Abdullah Mohamed, and we're going to have a full party. We're going to have CDC, Akaris Gray here. We're going to have an independent representative for the family here. Listen, guys, it's going to be a big show, and the nation will be, because too much of talking. Martin talking, they want, I said, don't talking this one. So my question to you, are you concerned? Who you think going to win this thing? I'm contemplating whether I should moderate. Should I moderate, my fellow librarian? Should I moderate Wednesday? I'm asking you. Nelson, I know our phone line is bad. Let's go to the phone line, Nelson. Very quick, I should welcome Dr. Francine Chinoweth, Pochito wife, Richardson. She's here in the house. All her family can be watching to be hitting on you, and you may play with Dr. Richardson. We got a councillor from South Sudan representing the Liberian interest. The councillor Lafayette Goose Senior is here, 3-time defeated candidate in the election. We got Darius who that actually don't know where he belongs, whether he's a sedition or you move or he UP, he back to meet Jeremiah Kuhn. Hey, Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, Darius don't want to meet you. I beg you, VP. We got to negotiate this week that you gave. Darius don't want to take picture. And I can guarantee everyone, before the weekend, Darius will meet the Vice President and he will take picture with the Vice President and Sedition will get mad. Before this weekend, I can guarantee everyone. Let's go to the phone line, ladies and gentlemen. The first call here. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Thomas Kumar, and I'm calling from Upper Power.
Thomas, real quick. Who you think? What are we looking at? Asedo and Martin Colley.
So it's like La Lusa playing Brazil. That is our match. That match has been defeated. But we're waiting just for entertainment. Martin Colley will flop Asedo per letter, per words, per I, per T, per dot, and everything. But then we want you to moderate, please.
Okay, thank you.
Moderation of the show so that we can have a perfect coordination that day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Again, guys, listen, you got to let me know. We'll take 4 more calls. Nelson, open the phone line. We'll take 4 more calls. You got to let me know if you want me to moderate. I know you trust me. I can do this job better than anybody on set. I can do it better. Yes, than anybody that ever walked through the Spoon Talk. I can do it better. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hi, my name is Morris Kekula. I'm calling from Virginia, United States.
Morris, talk to me.
I would like for you mostly the doctor to, because she will be the independent person, but for you, you part of the United Party, so.
Oh, you see a problem?
All of you play,
Maris, you see a problem? Maris, you see a problem? Maris, you got problem though?
No, it's not problem.
Election.
Maris, so during the election time, the data was supporting who? Which party the data was supporting?
The data was supporting Union CDC.
Which party she was supporting?
It's okay. You need to ask any further.
So ANC, thank God the data will be working on that day because she will not be on. We'll make sure she will go to work on that day. Maurice, when you have my feeling. You heard my feeling, Maurice. You seriously.
Sorry, I have to tell you.
Maurice, I told you we're friends, man. But have a good day, my friend. Have a good day.
Hurt your feelings. What kind of feeling did hurt?
Like I get feeling. I get no feeling.
Exactly. I was gonna say that one day.
Let's go ahead and take more call. Your name and where you joining us from? For the talk to me, my friend.
CEO, to be honest with your presentation, I think you have already compromised, and I think.
What do you mean I compromise?
Yes, we cover you.
I think it would be important that you play the neutral role and the other person.
No, okay. So what do you mean I'm already compromised?
Oh yeah, for the first guy in your presentation, you started with like, oh, Martin said you will be the main 3 minutes.
But you didn't hear what I said. But I say he essence.
I'm going to repair the bar, Lofa and Bima. So I don't think you can be a moderator.
Okay, you're seditious, man. Leave me alone. You're seditious. Hello, your name and where you joining me from?
Get a permit and a form of enforcement.
Yeah, your name and where you joining us from?
So that we can provide adequate protection.
Okay, somebody got something playing in the back. Who's that?
We haven't done.
Nelson, is that you?
No, okay, I think maybe it's me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Between I say and Martin Collins, let it change the referee. Stand on what I say when I be biased.
Thank you. You say stand on what I say. You say stand on what I spoke. You say what I say. So that's not me.
Yeah. I said the moderator of the show need to be changed. We don't want to stand on what I say.
You scared?
The man added you to what I say from the past it's approved that you won't be fair.
You scared?
Scared for what?
Go call 712 come moderate. I'm not leaving, man. Go call 712 moderate. Yeah, name and where you joining us from?
Yes, Benton, this is Lena.
This is who?
Lena.
Lena, how you doing, mama?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm hungry, Lena, but we got to do this.
Okay, so the debate will be good. You can moderate, but this is my suggestion. Please, when the sedition, you got to take our call because you will allow your United Party people to call and say,
so I get special phone for United Party people?
You need to take our call. Most of the time we call, but you don't take our call. We call to defend our own party, but you don't accept our call.
So Linda, Sister Linda, I got special phone for, do I have special phone for Unity Party people?
Maybe you did that. We don't know. We're not in your phone, but with sedition, we can try to get through, but you don't have that. We don't go through.
Okay.
We don't know how you set up the phone for your United Party.
Hello. Linda, you got problem, but I agree. Thank you.
Make sure we call that day. Please accept our call. When you have the show, you want people to call in, please allow everybody to make their input.
All right.
It's important.
All right, thank you. Guys, continue to share the show. Share the show. Let's hear you. We got 2 more minutes left. Your name and where you joining us from?
Good afternoon. Let me say good afternoon to your info panelists. My name is Christine.
Yeah, get to the point, my brother. Yeah, what you say?
Yes, you know, their level of communication control that we are monitoring over time, I think would be the most suitable person to actually propose this between the dramatic quality as a dramatic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the full line is going crazy. We'll take few more calls. Your name and where you joining us from?
see you. How you doing? This is Thomas Bell calling from Des Moines, Iowa.
Thomas, talk to me, man. How's Iowa?
Iowa is great, man. Enjoying the weather here, brother.
Thank you. Asadoo and Mountain Cordy, what say you?
My man, you're my old man. You don't know me. What if you going really about that? But I want that vacation to moderate the show.
She will be working that day.
Okay, so then I will say, Councilor, who do that?
Councilor Gu, are you kidding us? Councilor Gu, that Jet John, he even know our system, Gu.
My man, you're too close to Asadoo, man.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll take that. I'll take that, no problem. But Councilor Gu, I even know our system. Councilor Gu, I even know our system.
You won't talk about system, all of that. Are you the only person in moderate?
Okay, no problem. I got a message, Councilor. I'll moderate. You can stop me. You know, no. That Richardson. What's the issue in front of me? Even on the talk show that I need to moderate, seditions are crying. What about me? That's sedition in front of me. I'm just a humble kid. I'm just 20 years old. You know that Richardson just humble. I mean, why in front of me? I mean, 7 crying on my knee.
You're very biased, 20 years old boy. You're very biased, 20-year-old boy. That's what the people say. That they both you. Leave it. You may plow everybody. You may plow then. Road should not be working. Somebody call it all about it. No. So why you open the land for?
No, but Chief. Richardson work every Wednesday.
Why did you open the line? You are the moderator. Period. Finish. Why you open line to give from the people for? You want to argue with them?
I am a fair and balanced individual.
So far, majority carry the rule. The man is the moderator.
Thank you.
No, not majority. I take it. Not majority. It's 3.
No majority.
It's 3 to 4. I counting it yet. 3 to 4.
Not
3
majority,
say no. 2 and 3 say yes. 4 says no. So he added me there. Then I 4.
He likes you. So then why you say?
So let's go to Liberia and see what the Liberian people say.
He says you once you see woman cause you identify yourself as a sedition. She said you must moderate.
I love the man. As you see, I love the man to moderate.
That's that Linda right name. Forget it. I know Linda very well. She had to call her actual name on the show.
No,
she's from Trenton.
Sedition.
Yeah, that's what she would say. She's from Trenton. She doesn't call her real name. She's afraid of me. Yeah. Since the show time. But let's go to Liberia. We'll take 5 calls in Liberia very quick. Nelson, shoot.
0555-101075. Let's see if we can take this person. Hello. Yeah, hello. Is the audio better?
That audio is bad, but just manage it, my man.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
11 call would take, man. That audio is the worst in the history of Africa.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
What a message?
The message you want to read.
Okay, so let's to the next one. Let's to the next one.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Let's say. Yeah, go ahead quickly, Samuel. Yeah, go ahead.
Who's your moderate?
Who do you think should moderate that day? Who do you think should moderate the show? Who do you think should moderate the show?
There you go. You hear the expression say you know that center. You get the way the mentor you don't.
And that's it for everybody call majority carry rule, yeah. The parliament.
Already get what? You get 5 now, 5-4. So
my man, this is the hottest debate that is coming on. I want to say to all of you, we really appreciate your call in. Allow us is 5:03 p.m. Eastern time. That will be 9:03 Liberia time. I'm saying that 40 formula say he wants to come on today. We're going to bring him on. I want to show appreciation to Dr. Richardson for joining us. I also want to say to my brother, Councilor Gould, thank you as always for informing us on the legal issues concerning our country and making us to correct ourselves. We do appreciate you. I also want to say, Darius, as much as it is, we really say thank you for being an addition to the Spoon Network, so I can announce that Darius Doe is officially with the Spoon Network, and we're happy to announce that, working alongside with Dama Snyder, Nelson Colette, James Goode-Flomo, and the entire team. Most of what we do is Darius is part of it, and we appreciate you a lot, Darius. Though we appreciate you. We hope to have more of you. I want to say to all of you again, this is what we do. We really appreciate your time on Spoon. As we get into the conversation, here comes our sister, the lawyer's daughter, Glendy JJ. We really want to say it will be one of the best shows you ever received today. Continue to share our program, invite somebody. Let's have fun too. Liberia is not burning. We come here every day. We're going to have fun. We're going to sit back. We're going to relax. We hope that we can be here till 7 p.m. That will be 11 p.m. Liberian time. Nothing more than 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, 11:30 p.m. Liberian time. Anything more than 11:30, I'm out. I'm 50 years old, folks. I have a grandson who is 2 years old. He comes in this office all the time, and he needs my attention. I have a beautiful wife. Trust me. I have my kids. And, you know,
Put Telegram on the fire. Put Telegram on the fire with that beautiful Western. Yeah.
My friend, the same way you don't want to hear about how we went to law school and then we don't want to hear how many children you get. Come on, yeah. Yeah, we don't want to hear it. I was just out there and you want to hear it. I want to know how many grandchildren you get. Forget it. Let's go on.
I smell in the potato green already. The stranger coming in. Anytime you see I say this, I smell it, but you know, when they come in now, you got to put it out there.
But stand on, I mean, for before her shining. I book in a Faso.
Yeah. They're working and I work in a phobia under there.
Man, here, you say that money, not that money. That money, the man here. That money there, that money.
But we want to say to all of you, you know what, we come here, we just don't get into our show. You know, we are not all at the same place or on the same spot. So I don't know how you spend your day today. But let me say this. Just be happy. You have seen another day. And pray that we see another day tomorrow. Liberia is not burning. Imagine that Charles Taylor won the election 1997. And let's just go back a little bit, you know, just a prelude. And people were celebrating, you came my man, you came my pa, we'll vote for you. What began? People were jumping all in the street, running under the rain. Rain come down, pata go up. Gange is here. Charles Taylor, President of the Republic of Liberia. And he left. Things happen. Another election was had. Guess what happened? Madam Salif won. Iron Lady, Madam Salif. People were happy. We'll start walking on silver and gold. James price would drop.
I need a murder in the Kasapa show.
No, I'll come to that, yeah. James price would drop. Guess what happened? For 12 years, people thought that Madam Salif was going to be president for life. When the time came, she left. 2017 election brought in Dr. Josh Manawea. 2018, he took office. And we were here in 12 years. Some people were saying 24 years. People were celebrating, folks. I just want to remind you that this time and season for everything, all is not lost. You still have few good men and women that's trying their best to make Liberia better. So whether you're opposition or imposition, President Boakai time will come and he will be gone. He will be former president. Make no mistake, that day, President Boakai will be former president. So everything we try to do through this medium, through Facebook, social media, our work, our independent contribution to society, our involvement in government, let's do it for Liberia. Let's do it for the next generation that we have not seen yet. Let's do it for better education. Let's do it for better health care. Let's do it for better environment. Let's just do it because when we sit down under that palm tree, under that plum tree, under that coconut tree, we will see a beautiful Liberia. And then the children will have time to play. And then you will sit back and see the school buses bringing your grandchildren home. And when you talk about after-school program, you will say, thank you, Lord. When you talk about research, when you talk about innovation, that student will not go into school and there will be no crayon, no blackboard, people sitting on the floor. That's the Liberia we should champion. So we can fight each other, but we should do it positively. We should do it because we want the best out of our country. So if this president today, and one thing I will applaud all Liberians, we have come to the place now, the only thing that will remove a president is election. Any other yama you bring, the Liberian people will reject you. Because election does have consequences. You go to the ballot box, you will vote, and you will express yourself. And that's why today, we want to say to all of you, thank you for being our faithful followers. Thank you that you leave everything you're doing just to listen to Spoon Talk, just to follow the network. Whether it's Jeremiah Kun 2029 or Jose Iman Boakai, the Liberian people will decide. Whether it will be on the bread and butter issue, the suffering in the country, the Liberian people will decide. But right now, we should be grateful that we still have Liberia. And we should do everything to make sure Liberia get better. So on this note, I want to welcome Dr. Richardson again, Councillor Gould, Sister Glennie, Darius Doe, Phoebe Herons. We will be discussing issues of national concern. The president's trip to the U.S., HPX $1.8 billion investment that was announced. We'll talk about the IAA major corruption scandal. We got to talk about it. We're going to talk about the issue concerning what is left for Liberian, for you, for me. We'll talk about a whole lot of different stuff here. And please be part of this conversation tonight. I beg each and everyone, let's leave the last 30 minutes to hear from the Liberian people, that they can give us their own view about the show. May God bless you. May God keep you. And may God bless our country. Dr. Richardson, welcome. Let's hear you. 30 minutes, guys, for quick intro, because we're about to jump into the conversation.
Well, it's a great day. One of the things that I appreciate you saying most of the time is time and season. Is something that I have integrated in my life, time and season. I just also want to say I want to welcome Representative Josiah Marvin Cole to the CMC. This weekend, he actually joined CMC. Many of you guys who know that Marvin Cole and I come a long way. But I'm happy to say that I can speak to him and verbalize how I feel, and he can internalize that. I'll be working with him a lot. So thank you, Marvin Cole, for the crowd that you pulled out in Bone County. And we look forward to you bringing your recruitment strategies to CMC. Short of that, I just want to say that CMC is the way to go. Thank you.
Councillor, can we just take it on this line? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Let me say good evening to my fellow panelists. I hope tonight we'll have a great show. I'm sure of that. We'll always have good shows. I know tonight will be a very good one. I'm impressed about the news about the HPX deal. I believe that Liberia potential, one of its potentials will be unlocked by that deal, and so it's a good news for me. I follow it for a while, and today that is up. We are glad that it took this long time for all of the T's to be crossed and the I's to be dotted, and I'm sure that we're going to get a value for money, and as a people, we're going to benefit from this deal. And any other discussion point that you have on the plate, Stanton, I think we will definitely follow and make our contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Glennie. Let's hear you.
Happy Monday to everybody. It is good to be on. Lots of news out there. I don't know whether President Burkhan has arrived, but we're looking forward to the discussion today. Hello, everybody.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Darius, welcome.
Yes, so good evening to all of the panelists and our followers, those listening by radio and social media. We welcome the secret signing of the HPXD. We are still wondering why the executive mansion or the Ministry of Information have not made that public to the Liberian people. But we see folks from the Unity Party running with the U.S. Embassy acknowledgement of the signing of the deed. We don't even know how far is it as far as the legislature is concerned. But in all we do, we welcome the investment. $1.8 billion deed is something worth to welcome, and especially with the way our economy is so sluggish, inflation high, the living condition of people. So let's see what HPA brings to the table. 1.8 is also in connection with the 1.4 billion concentration plan of ArcelorMittal. So let's see the competition between both companies and both investors. But it is concerning why the executive mansion, the Ministry of Information, have not issued a single release in regards to the signing of that deed, the HPSD.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Darius. Fui?
Okay, so good evening, everybody. So like Dr. Richardson said, CMC is the way. I would say SPA is the way. Suspended People Alliance. So come on board, all of you that are suspended, come and join. Let's make our movement great. But on a serious note, I just want to, just say this to everybody. Look, there sometimes you have to just look at your own life and see how you can be impactful to people. So that's something that that's one of my prayer lines that I've always used. I declare myself as a channel for God's love and blessings to reach others. It doesn't mean money or whatever. Sometimes just be that channel. And I always say, don't worry about your state, whether you can smoke, whether you can drink, whatever situation you're in, don't worry. If God will use you, God will upgrade you to the standard that God needs you to use you. So just don't stress yourself with that. Just declare yourself. Make it a morning, a daily prayer. Dear God, I declare myself as a channel for your love to reach others. And go about your day, whatever way you can, and just pay attention to little details. And you see how God will use you to touch other people's lives. And so I just want to pass that on to all of you out there. So look forward to a good show. And to our senior advisor, we look forward to having our convention, senior advisor, Sis Glendy, for the Suspended People Alliance.
I wanna eat no party. And please, I'm not going through your channel.
Thank you, Phoebe. Let me bring in Conor Gray. Welcome to the show, Conor Gray.
Stanton, have a good day, man. You know, ladies, good day, and I'm excited to be on. You know, after HIPIC, that was the process that wiped away our debt as a country and put us on a straight path to rebuilding our credit as a nation. And the position at which Madam Sirleaf left it, I would classify it as an A. 6 years later, if that was a human being, probably our credit went all the way down to D. You know, and when you have a D credit, I mean, no investor will see you. Nobody that lends out money will even entertain your ability to borrow. And so that was the state we were in coming forward to the Boakai administration. And if people are looking at us, they're talking about $1.something billion. If this were a human being, that's a good position to be in. It means something is responsible. Either we have corrected the pathway to getting, you know, a credit rating again, or we just confidence is just building, because sometimes you don't have the credit, but the investor just look at you and then have that confidence. One of the two is probably accurate, or even both. So it's a good place to be a Liberian. Unlike 6 years ago, unlike the administration before this. So people may try to look like hell is falling down, the cloud is falling down, but I think Liberia is trying to get to that pathway, in my ability. Call it what you may, but this is a good time to be a Liberian, my brother Stanton.
Very much. Thank you, Conor Gray. And listen, we are not there yet. And I want to say to all Liberians that we are not, but we're getting there. Some way, somehow we will. Religiously, they say by fire, by force. So maybe we will. And we're keeping our finger crossed. I want to welcome all of you again. It's time for us to take a pause. That you go ahead and share the show. While we do that, we want to go straight into commercial very quick. It won't take us so, maybe let's do it right now. The Boss Strike, this going weekend premiere in Ghana. It will be in Liberia this weekend, the 12th. The Boss Strike, you know, very beautiful Liberian own movie. We'll be talking about it. I will wait when Akaris Great join us. We'll talk about the Boss Strike. And don't forget, we have another announcement here about Rose International Academy. Now, the owner of this reached out to me. A decent woman, will be bringing her on the show for you to understand that the plan they have to reform the school system in Liberia. I want to send a shout out to her. I also want to say in our book, we had our sister here, Lila. Her book came out. Again, go get a copy. The book came out on the 5th of July. Wonderful book. I'm still waiting for my copy to read. I want to send a shout out to Lila. Wherever you are, we have this one concerning no, this is not commercial, man. Take this down, Nelson. This is not commercial, please. Nelson, don't put that in a commercial. We have the founding members of CMC at the time. So we have Dr. Richardson, yes, you brought up CMC. We'll be going back to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, Lord, Dr. Richardson, wait now. Dr. Richardson, you have your time to talk. No, Dr. Richardson, no. Don't mess our show up, please.
I'm not messing the show up. I'm just asking.
You have your time now, Mama. Can you just be patient?
No, I'll not be patient. I can't sit and you sit.
No, you have to sit. Dr. Richardson, we've been doing this forever. So I beg you, Mama, please.
This is my first time.
Okay. So I beg you, let me proceed. Everybody would talk, Dr. Richardson.
Go somewhere else. How you know that? That's not commercial. Go somewhere else. You gotta laugh. You laughing?
So wait, who moderating the show?
that you, but when you say something that I don't think that it makes sense, like you said, this is CMC founding member. That's not true. That's not how CMC was founded.
So the original says, so let's go back now. Let's go back. Let me continue. We got going the issue. This is just in passing because Danny agreed with me. She and myself spoke on this. So again, when we were forming CNC, that Richardson wasn't there. So
you are not there when we were forming CNC.
And then so that Richardson, I'm begging you. Let's move on.
That's cool.
That Richardson, we don't disrupt our show now. We'll hear you. So as I was saying, the boss check will be coming up this weekend. All right. As I was saying, later is here. And I also want to share this, the founding member of CMC in Vienna, Nathaniel McGill House, Senator McGill House, where they first met. And they sent me the picture, by the way. Musa sent me this picture at the time. They did the time everything was on it. He sent it to me and he sent it to another individual. That's when they were forming CMC. But we come back to it. I also want to say, let's get back to our main course. This is just a startup. Let's get back to our main course. Guys, something hit the IAA. On a serious note, I shared the document. It's in the chat room. Martin posted it, and kudos to Martin. What is the IAA? But seriously though, Fubi, can you help us? The IAA involved in, talking about allegation of corruption, the IAA. So I want us to talk about this, then we'll talk about Zoom Lion, then we'll talk about HPX and the GMB Basic. But let's talk about IAA. Can anybody out there, when will we stop fighting corruption in government? IAA. What is IAA? I beg you guys, I beg you, Fubi, let's start with you. Then we'll go around the circle. What's going on? What is the IAA? What's the job in Liberia?
Okay, so they are the internal audit agency for the government. So they run the internal audit for different government agencies. So I think
every member, every agency, every ministry has someone there representing IAA. Am I correct, Fubi?
Yes, that's how it should be. Every government agency should have internal audit agency member to follow their internal the procedure and ensure that they perform in accordance to the best accounting practices.
So IAA, thank you very much, Fubi. Counselor, let's bring in legal understanding. Yeah, Becky, my friend. This story was running, it's in our chat room, it's on Facebook. IAA. Talk to me, Counselor.
I think Fubi had just made it. The IAA is an internal audit agency that was established to ensure government agencies follow the accounting principle in terms of how it expends or they expend government monies. So even the Ministry of Justice, there is an office there, an internal audit office, and they do the check to see whether you've met all of the criteria needed before they can even approve of any expenditure. So that is the work of the IAA.
So we understand, and thank you very much to you and Fubi. But this work, Glenny, before we go to Sister Dr. Francine, Glenny, the allegation, and I know you read it, Mountain Post, and what we have, I will share some of the information this gentleman put in their private chat room, accusing us here that we nobody, we stupid people. But now we have the document, Glenny. These allegations are huge. The IAA is supposed to be the police auditing, but then the IAA now, what the newspaper carrying? The Director General award 30,000 USD contract to his wife. Hey, Glenny.
These are some really strong allegations. Let me just say that I know the director personally. I would hope that the allegations are not true, but if they are concerning, they're alarming. And so we're here for the discussion because I think I went through all of the documents that Martin Colley posted. I don't think there's been a response yet that has come from Mr. Kima, but these are strong allegations. If this occur and you're supposed to be an auditing bureau or someone that should be auditing, and then you're caught doing this is not good. So I hope that he has a response to this that counteracts what Martin has posted and what everyone is talking about today. So I just want to stay on the side of saying that these are allegations, but these are very strong allegations that's been levied with him and his wife and all of this. So, well,
Thank you very much. And again, we got two stories that is so important on this paper. We're talking about the COVID, $30 million come down. We got some new development. We'll be talking about, let's talk about the corruption that hit IAA. Why in the good heaven, Darius, that we have this thing hanging over IAA?
So
this allegation makes telling us that they are the most corrupt integrity institution in the country.
So that's the problem. Institutions that were created to fight corruptions are the institutions that are engulfed with corruption. IAA is the internal auditing agency, the audit government ministries and agency. But see what is happening there. 30,000 giving to his wife. Now he has an official vehicle. He now rents his wife vehicle. Use the entity's money, the budget, to rent his wife vehicle. That money has provided another brand new vehicle, maybe 2 or 3, for his wife and his family. So then the business is growing. This is just the IAA. If you do your samplings, your investigation, this is across a lot of agency, ministries and agency. People are abusing power. Corruption is everywhere. Asset recovery, another integrity institution, is engulfed. People resign. They fled corruption. So where are we going if the institutions that are meant to fight corruption are being accused of corruption? It means the effort has been undermined already to fight corruption.
So thank you very much. Let's now you defer IAA. Let's hear you. That Richardson, you're coming last because I know you wanted to. If not, you can come in. You want to come in now or later, Dr. Richardson?
Oh, so what?
Okay, so let's go back to Fubi. We'll make you coming last. Fubi, IAA, you said you gave us a real. Who this people, this group of people that you finding them in every opposition hole. These are the same people now the allegation fell on. Now, my fellow Liberians, we want to get you involved. So after Dr. Richardson will open the phone and get your phone ready and take only 10 calls because this one is big. The people that are supposed to investigate, the people that are supposed to audit and catch criminals and make suggestions. These guys, they are like the LDCC. They are like the GSC. These are serious international integrity institutions that work along with international partners. Talking about FIA. But then the big man, they call him David Kema. You see him right there. We'll bring more picture of him. The big man. And anybody can tell me this guy probably is on a turning position here, if I'm correct. But we got a problem. He gave him 30,000 contract to his wife. These are allegations. 30,000 United States dollars to his wife. You chop, I chop, go back chop. But whoa, Martin. Is that true, Martin? Do you have anything to prove, Martin? What's the car? 8116871. Toyota. Front plate. Back plate. Toyota Corolla. Where are the documents? Poop. Where are some of the documents? Boom, internal audit. Show me some receipt. Boom, the year 2026. That's the registration up to 2026. Give me something, Martin. No, they want a US. Give me something. I want to see something. Boom. We start signing different document here. We will tell you guys that we will show you all the information. Mountain posted there. Colonel Gray, what's happening to our country?
Stanton, it's a great day. That's why I say people should acknowledge what day it is. You know, these were normal practices 2 years ago. This guy could go scotch-free, nobody cares. Matter of fact, if the GSC that somehow contradicts this agency's findings, and those individuals from GSC tend to somehow be on the opposite side of the unparalleled administration that existed then. They went after them. Some of them today will know they are no longer here. But the IA got away with murder, as they would say, a lot of times. But you know what? We're in a different day. The fact that these things are coming out, where in the past there were normal practices, no one went after them, that tells you what day it is. And you know, you can dislike this administration as much as you want, but they will throw their own outside. It's left for public opinion to dismiss them as people that are unworthy. Imagine you sit in that capacity. You don't even know that buying vehicle for your wife or awarding a contract is a crime, conflict of interest. But I tell you what, because it was normal, nobody saw what day it is today. So a lot of people will get hooked up that the moments of now compared to yesterday. So that what makes this day so beautiful. And when Martin comes out, and I'm glad Martin didn't go with the corruption, the asset recovery, because maybe he would have been tied by virtue of him serving an institution within government. It's a loose cannon right now. So when he puts something out, there's some level of truth in it. And I just have a confidence on Martin. Somehow, looks like a good investigator. And that what makes it so pleasant to watch how corruption is being unearthed over and over by so many people who think that it's yesterday we're dealing with, whereby we're in today. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Thank you a lot. Let me bring in Abula Mame. Abula, I'm shocked, but let's hear you. And I want all Liberians to be part of this, because if we can do this, if we can put this thing up, now they will have to go and explain Taya, they will have to go and clear his name. But Abula Mame, corruption hits IAA as DG awards US $30,000 contract to his wife. Let's hear you.
That's an unfortunate conflict of interest. The Director General can argue that the procurement unit worked independently and made a decision, or maybe he recused himself from the process as required by law. But it wouldn't hold the fact that you're the head of the agency and your wife is awarded contract. That's why sometimes we say code of law and code of public opinion. If you went to the code of law and maybe there is document to show that he officially wrote and recused himself from the entire process, the lawyer here will say, oh yeah, the man recused himself, that's what the law requires. But how can you justify that to a public ego pushing for fight against corruption? How can you justify that to a public who is putting pressure on the government to prosecute people you are indicting in your audit findings? The IAA conducts audits as well. Some of their audit findings are leading to investigation. So how do you come to the public and justify that? Some of your auditees, some of the people you audited, will also make similar arguments. So like I said from the beginning, it's conflict of interest. The law doesn't support that. It's a violation, it's a breach of ethics. It is a breach of the gold standard for accounting. It is a breach public accountability. I don't know him. I don't know what justification he has. But the only thing I was running in my mind, given that it's an integrity institution, the only thing I was running to my mind was, okay, maybe he will make a legal argument. Maybe the lawyer here can help us. He could make a legal argument and say, I recuse myself. I did not participate in the bidding process. I don't make decision on procurement. Yeah, legally you can pass. But in the public, to justify that you the head for the agency and your wife is awarded contract, brother, you're guilty.
You know, Dr. Richardson, I don't know if I should start this with Mommy, but let's say you're in this round first. Dr. Richardson, my wife and I say, yeah. I would tell her everything, maybe not everything I do in the entire day because I would make Glenn event. I would tell her some, that very important stuff. And, you know, but other thing I do, and you know, that I want to, you know, play around, maybe. But Glenn, don't give me that eye. But Dr. Richardson, though, you know when it comes to job, you know when it comes to 30,000 United States dollars, you know when it comes to contract, you will tell your husband. Because you know why? This is about where you are working. How can you get a contract from where your husband work and your husband say, oh, but I didn't know that people did it separately? Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I'm looking forward, you know, as Glendy said, to hearing what David Kimba has to say about all of this. I think it deserves a response from him. As Mame said, for me, it's disheartening and it's concerning because it erodes the public trust. Okay. People at that agency and other governmental agency, they look at the internal audit agency as an integrity organization. This organization was responsible for making sure, you know, that corruption is not rampant in the government. And here we see, you know, that when you award your wife a contract that in some ways not even necessary because there's also a vehicle assigned to him, but a contract that benefited your family to the tune of at least $30,000, if I remember correctly. And then also there were times that I read that sometimes there was payment made before the month even the contract even ran out because you know, there was extra payment made. You know, when the contract was supposed to run a month, I heard there were payment made before that time. So it signifies that there's abuse of power. You know, because you're the boss, you in charge of where contract goes. It signifies that there's a conflict of interest, and it signifies corruption. So, you know, it's very disheartening to know that this organization is supposed to be fighting these things that we find to be cancerous into our society, evil into our society, and yet and still, you know, we're having an integrity organization run like this. So where do we turn? Where do we go? You know, we'll continue speaking. That's what we'll do, bring awareness to this. And I want, for those of you guys who brought this story up, I'm happy because we are in the chat room, we see documents. I like evidence. Okay. So that's why I say I'm waiting and I'm wanting for Mr. Kema to also respond. And for the record, I actually happen to know the Kema's family. I'm a distant cousin to them. I spent my childhood in their home in the Swan district, the Swan area in Liberia. So I'm waiting for them to hear them. I just wanted to say that.
Yes, Councilor, that go back to you. Legally, because Mom may call your name. and mommy pointed to you, what's the legal advice you can give this guy, or what's your legal takeaway from what Martin is alleging?
Yeah, so that's the best way to go. Forget about the public. The public is divided in its opinion. The public is compromised. The public is gullible. The same public will be healing criminals, voting for them. So just leave the public, because innocent people have also been damaged by the public perception. And you go to the law, it's not true. So forget about the public. The public put it aside. Let's go to the law. I will wait. I see some wrongdoings, right? I can't say whether the criminal, or not, but I see some wrongdoing. And the only thing I can say here is that I'll wait for the investigation. Let him subject him to an investigation, and let's see, whether the information that we have could be true. So he will be able to vindicate himself. I can't say more as to whether he has committed an offense or he has not committed an offense, what he's supposed to do, what he shouldn't have done, whether the person is his wife or no. The fact that there is an allegation levied against him that has some reason to believe that wrongdoings, is present. Let's see whether those wrongdoings are criminal, and then for the necessary criminal action will be taken against him, or whether those wrongdoings are administrative, that also administrative action can be taken against him. And I don't think it should be only him. If it went through a chain of a group of people, audit, procurement, deputy director sign it, because the head of entity doesn't just sign off on contract that unilaterally. It has chain, it goes through procedure. All of them that went through that procedure must be subjected to investigation. Not only him, not because he's the head. This we have to do away with. Oh, the man administer. Oh, he the head. No, there are people who are there who are also appointed to serve in the position of trust to advise. And if they themselves sign on document, no, that's what the Supreme Court said in the Samuka case: do not follow unlawful orders. So if you have a head that says do something that is not lawful, you refrain from it. The same way Mami talking about recuse yourself. But if all of you sign it on to the document and the money was paid, whatever money was paid, whatever contract was awarded, all of you must be going. Or not only the head. Or I don't know them, I don't know any of them, but all of them in this situation must be subjected to investigation, that at least the document will prove their signatures on, or they were in agreement for the contract to be awarded. That's the position I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Listen, you can ask each other questions. That we would not just be talking here, but let's go to the audience. Nelson, let's, after this round, hear the people as they comment. We want to set something straight. This is David Kema. It looks like he's popular. Glennie knows him. Dr. Richardson knows him. So it looks like he's a popular guy. But awarding $30,000 based on this allegation to your wife company, man, you gotta be man enough to do this under this government with Jose Human Boycott. You gotta be, maybe you gotta be fearless. Because these documents, I don't know. I have never spoken to David. I don't know him. But guys, let's just do a recording. Whoever want to speak, say something. Then we'll go to the phone line. I'm seriously concerned though. Who's coming in?
Okay. Let me just make a point. There are thousands, if not millions, of car rental in Liberia, Monrovia precisely. Several. All right. Durable and comfortable vehicles. You're talking about Toyota Corolla, and you say the only person that could win the bidding or the contract is the director's wife? Are you kidding? Is that anything to justify legally? Toyota Corolla, $30,000 to his wife, where all of the rentals, rental vehicle services are in this country. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't make sense. He is engulfed. He is entangled. All of the financial documents of the IAA, including contract, you will not tell me that he's not signatory to anything. Even by realizing that his wife has been awarded contract by the procurement department or whatever you, it still comes to his desk. He still goes home. Hey, what would tell him, baby, I have won a contract from where? IAA. Oh, they play our air like they play you go away. So yeah, leave all these things. If the allegation is proven, he should be suspended or dismissed. But I understand it is a tenure, so maybe suspension could be good, but it is conflict of interest and it is glaring corruption.
Is this corruption, Mami? Is this corruption? I mean, with this allegation, we are not putting it on 100%. Are you smelling corruption here, Mami?
Oh yeah, for me, definitely. If you did that, given everything we're hearing, we also hearing different information, but because we're breaking the news, so we keep it like that. We are hearing information, oh, a wife in America, maybe they're not together again. But Glennie, you know anything about that?
David is married, his wife is in Liberia.
Okay. So in this case, conflict of interest is definitely a form of corruption. And you can be the head of an anti-graft institution and be engaged into corruption. But now that the information is up, we'll wait to see what will come out of the internal audit agency. But yes, this kind of conflict of interest is definitely a corruption. And to the councillor's point, this is a learning point. There are other people in that agency. They got lawyers there. They got other auditors there. What did they do? Let this be a lesson. What did you do? How did you advise the boss? How did you put yourself on record? It happening to other places. Sometimes the boss just decide to do everybody just let it go, everybody just let it slide. But at the end of the day, we just go on the boss here. But this time, let's be identifying who all signed that agreement. Be calling their name too. They will not be here alone. Who all signed the agreement? Who were on the bid committee? Who evaluated? Let's call their names. Because that's the supply chain before it gets to his desk for signature. So it's a form of collusion.
In most of the places, yeah, that's what happened. Most of those places, they come up and they agree to eat the money and the boss take the bullet. Yeah. You're right. Is this corruption? What are you hearing, Fubi? Is this is there any way David on this allegation can say my people, you're way small now? Is there any way can David come out to say something? This thing is about his wife. This thing is about $30,000. This thing is about the issue that he's the head of IAA, an integrity institution that's supposed to be chasing these people that are lying to the country, but he is caught. So my fellow Liberians, if you know David Kema, I think that's the name. People now got to be chasing and say, what's going on with you, Mr. Kema? And how you pronounce it, right? K-M-A-H, Kema, right? Kema, okay. So I mean, what was going on, Fubi? What's running through your head?
30 seconds, Stanton.
Okay,
what can he do? I was trying to put Fubi on point. David is known for doing exceptional things. Kill Goliath. David is known for doing. So Fubi, as you prepare your response, be thinking. David is known for doing exceptional things. Be thinking about that.
Okay, so the first thing, like I said, like everybody said, we'll look forward to the investigation, but his wife is not the name that is mentioned on this report. His wife is not Nancy Watson or Baraki Kima. And I know his wife, and we have been friends for a while. And so that's not his wife. So there should be a further investigation. And also the company mentioned here is also not his wife's company. So there needs to be further investigation to authenticate the real facts. then we can actually tag the corruption on him or not. So sometimes the public might have some wrong information, whether good or bad for whatever reason. So let's wait for further investigation, like the councilor said, and get the actual truth behind it, because that name is not his wife's name.
So Stendo, that's your
Stendo, you muted.
Fubi, my brother, this is not about his wife didn't want to go to now. Let's talk about the allegation. For me, I will not even show the woman picture. I will not talk about her, because everybody, we in our own ziglize. But that's a man's life. Let's talk about the allegation about awarding 30,000 to whosoever connected to him. Now, Variety newspaper saying to his wife, maybe he remarried, maybe he divorced his wife, maybe he gets somebody in Liberia, whatever the case may be, that's my business. But to you, if these allegations true, this guy's in some serious corruption issue. Am I correct?
Yeah, so the internal audit agency is meant to ensure compliance across government agencies. So that will help to even make GAC work easier, because if the internal audit agency ensures that every government agency complies with the general principles, the government rules and regulations regarding accounting and other stuff, definitely you will minimize or eradicate corruption to a larger extent. So GAC audit will just be to verify and show, because after each audit there will be recommendations from the agency for best practices and to correct some mistakes that were done, so that they can be compliant and ensure that you minimize the level of corruption and things are done properly. So when you have these kind of things coming up with tagging the director, it sounds wrong and it shouldn't be happening. And there should be no conflict of interest, because those are the same things you will engage other agencies and warn them against. Those are things that will also be mentioned in audit findings. And that we saw you doing this, you awarded contract to the wrong person, or you awarded contract to a relative, or you awarded contract without going through the bidding process, or you did this, you authorized payment without the right signatures. All of these kind of different controls, they help the different agencies to comply fully with government regulation. And that's why they are centered and they are stationed in every ministry or agency to ensure that these things happen. And so having this kind of allegation coming up against the director is not something that is welcoming, and I think it's wrong. But like I said, the detail now should narrow it down to actually whether the way the allegation is mentioned that it is his wife. If it's not, so we should also be able to clarify that. If it's not a wife and some relative, it's a different thing. Then there's also be some level of issues raised against that. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that we clear that point, that the wife needs mentioned here is not his wife, for the public record, because sometimes when this kind of information comes up, it will just run wild. So we need to at least correct some of those things.
Thank you very much. Glenda, you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Fubi said made the point before I came back. I know, like I said, I know David personally. It's surprising to hear these allegations here, but I'm pretty sure that he will come up with a statement. He will say something. The name that is associated with that document, it is not his current wife's name. So I don't know where that name came from. I don't know the association, but the David Kimmer, I know. I'm very surprised to hear the allegations that's been levied, and I hope as soon as possible there will be a statement that will come out from the agency where he worked, or from him, to make some clarifications on what is being levied here. But it could be somebody completely different. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to say, because I know him, he's like a brother to me. I'm very surprised of the story I'm hearing. Like I said, these are allegations, and I'm pretty sure that there has to be some kind of explanation that doesn't involve him. That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, who's speaking? Dr. Richardson, you want to go ahead?
Yes, I'm looking forward to David coming out to say what he has to say, perhaps contrary to what we're hearing. However, when a company, charges, government for Monday through Friday, but yet and still they put 30 days on a contract, to me is a little bit deceptive, because according to what we read, they bill the government for 30 days, as opposed to billing the government, Monday through Friday, which is not, there's 2 days less in the week. There was also overpayment in the billing process. So that's my concern. I'm sure, as I know David Kimber, he will probably come up and have something to say. I don't care whether it was his wife, whether that his cousin or somebody strange, but there was something in the billing that doesn't make sense to me. If we're going to talk about saving our government money, okay, we're going to talk about people being, competent and very careful attention to details in terms of what they do and making right judgment. This is what I'm talking about, okay? And that's why I will hold him responsible for. Let him account to the Liberian people. Maybe the transportation was used to pick up, from what I heard, pick up people for the IAA. From what I read, actually not I heard, they were used to pick up IA employees around Monrovia. So we know that IA employees, perhaps maybe they work Saturday and Sunday. I don't know. Maybe that's what he has to come out and tell us. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, Colin Gray, hold on 1 minute, Colin Gray. You're coming, my brother. I'm confused. He was remarried 2024. The information reaching out. I don't know. I don't know this guy, and this would be the new woman. The photo up there, if I'm correct. And a lot of people are now running with this story and this passing information. Those that know him, let's set the record straight. Is this his new wife? Is this the woman in question that he awarded the contract to based on the allegations? Is this the new woman?
That's his wife.
That is his wife. That is his wife.
The current wife?
That is his wife. I don't know if current past, but the wife.
But that's the woman that in Liberia. That's the one that in Liberia now, right?
That is his wife.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the one that in Liberia. Again, then we believe that maybe this is the one that allegation on that he awarded a contract to. This is huge, folks. A lot of new information coming up to her again. I don't know. The lawyer then they will restrain me and say, "Stand, don't just cool off yet." But I'm seeing trouble though. I'm seeing some serious trouble here. If these allegations are true, and Dr. Richardson raised something so important, even if you are leasing the car or your renting per day, 5 days in a week, 4 weeks in a month, that would be 20 days. Why are you being paid 30 days? People are asking. A lot of twist to this thing. Come on, let's hear you. And we got to move on now. We will continue to monitor this story, but let's hear Colonel Abraham Gray.
So, Stanton, I continue to say it was some of those bad practices that people got away with. And they felt that this was a new day. Joseph, Black Eyes, Meek, Sleepy, you can get away with so many other things. But I tell you, it's better to be in slumber and observe everything around you than to be wide awake and then people passing paper across your head. What has happened today, I think the people are coming to realize, they're coming to the realization now that this is not what we thought. And in my own, I can see people will start resigning, because in their mind, it will soon get, the rain will soon show up to their doors. But it's the fact that we're beginning to put some construct into place.
Oh, you did.
To put some construct into place, how to pull out some of these, bad practices in government. That's why this day is so cherished, in my opinion, because back in the day was nothing. You award your girlfriend, your friend, somebody you co-opt in. Remember the Ministry of Finance situation, Stanton. Let's not forget. We had similar situation at finance where people were giving contract to pin the building. And those things they're coming up now into being, into fruition. And I think if an IAA guy can be scolded for his activity, soon it will come to some wider doors. Right now it's a narrow door, but we'll get there eventually. And I love to see this day, but I also love to see people in handcuffed being come into the same prison that others have gone to, as long as they face the justice system. And it's my prayer that this administration or anyone after this, we clean up this country once and for all. We're too backward. Let's make a move. I love this day, Stanton.
You know what? Thank you. We're going to get to the last word of Vendetta Patrick. Then we'll ask the Liberian people, what are you hearing on this story? Now, again, it's another big $30,000 corruption allegation. It's on David Kema. And the issue here is that this man, he's the head of an integrity institution, the IAA. This man is supposed to be exposing things, but not giving a contract to his own work. Is it illegal to give your work contract? But all the things attached to it. Listen, I've tried to be in my best behavior because I don't know David. But if this is true, David should start cleaning up his office and calling on his lawyer. Because I can guarantee you, whether you're on tenure for 10 years or 50 years, you're gone. That I can guarantee you, you're gone. For that, let's give you last word. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I've been reading these comments on Facebook, but there are some fundamental questions. I want to be very clear here. I don't know the worth of the contract, because any contract, according to the PPCC Act, above 10,000 has to go through PPCC. So if the PPCC approve this, and knowing very well that it is the work of the head of the National Audit Secretariat, they might also be implicated because on the basis of conflict of interest. That's one. The second thing I'm looking at was the head of the National Audit Secretariat presiding over this process, or there were some, agencies that selected this individual. So these are things that, I've been contemplating on. But again, somebody talk about the car rental. I'm asking these questions because it does not speak clearly of transparency when you are head of an entity and your wife, forget about your wife, maybe your brother. We saw the issue with the National Elections Commission. They were all around here. We beat on people here. It's not supposed to happen because you are the head of an entity. At the end of the day, you may not even say anything. But again, it's a problem. If indeed that contract was awarded through his influence, maybe he called some people in the system to say, look, my man, you got to do that thing, like my madam. Then there is a problem. But again, if that contract is about, anyway, it's $30,000, meaning the PPCC approved. The PPCC needed to also do its own due diligence to know exactly that this individual you are awarding the contract to is the wife of the head of the National Audit Secretariat. So one person cannot commit a crime. It has to be facilitated, supported, or indulged by other people around. Other than that, this thing will not take place. But let me say this in conclusion. People that work in public institutions, moving forward, I am getting scared of government job. Because if one person makes a mistake from what I have seen, everyone of you going. So if you are working in an entity and some of you are so much involved in this adoration of leadership, everything fine, everything fine. Even though you're not security personnel to be talking, everything fine, everything fine. You need to sit down now to guide your leaders. Some of these people, they may indirectly be doing wrong, but they need that integrity person in an institution. You say, Chief, this is conflict of interest, don't do it.
Thank you very much for that. So, guys, we are begging, guys. I know you want to finish. We got to go. We got a lot to cover. Let's just take 10 calls real quick. What you heard so much about Mr. David Kema, what say you? These allegations, Martin is spilling the beans, is up there. Another big corruption allegation on this government. How can President Bwaka just clean this government up? I mean, how? But somebody said something though. When it was CDC time, most of the thing was thrown under the rock. So the issue about suspension now, should we continue or will we just go directly for firing? You know, sometimes if you beat a child, you give them 2 pap, then they continue. You got to go 3 or 4 times. Should we go directly off? Just straight firing now. But let's ask you, big corruption, man. Big corruption on this government through IAA, David Kema. That big allegation. Let's ask you, Nelson. Come on, let's take calls. We'll take 10 calls internationally and nationally also. Your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. I call from now. I want to first of all thank.
You got problem with your phone. Your name and where you joining us from? Yeah, you got to turn your receiver up now. You got somebody talking in the back, please.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back to you. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello?
Hello, am I live?
Talk to us. You're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Stanton, this is Elster the Legend. We say, and I call from the U.S. of A. Stanton, I want to say to anybody who work in this government and trying to steal, they see what the old man is doing, firing anyone that go that route. So it's a total affront to us who stood up for days and vouched for the president to come into power, and you try to steal the government. What was wrong, and we try to get rid of George Weah's government? Why would you want to attempt the same? You all who are trying to steal the government, hear me well, you all are creating a serious problem for all who brought the government to power. Papa should go straight around firing them and prosecuting them. Suspension is not enough.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to say to all of you, it's your time to call. We'll take 10 calls. We got 9 more to go. Your name and where you joining us from, please. Talk to us, Jerry.
You see the thing in Liberia. The men everybody will say, look at Ghana. Look at the great US. They're not matching. The old age parents are in that country where people continue to ski and continue to recommend to our president because we put our effort into the election. If anybody see anybody in the public, if you represent John Johnson family, you go and get a person 10 lachi the family. In the public, you get a person cross street, you do the whipping. You take a person to read there, you do a whipping.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
I was saying, I want to first thank God for.
Nobody took you off the line. Your phone having problems, sir. Again, they're having problem. We hope you can connect better. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Sonny, calling from New Jersey.
Sonny, please talk to us.
Yeah, government corrupt, man. Even the way he said the chief of staff of Boga corrupt. What a woman need, or the assisting for political effect. She corrupt. What people the bosses? Even the other woman from foreign effect. She brought the scholarship corrupt. The machine, the yellow machine corrupt. The whole government corrupt. So
Thank you.
corrupt.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from? Okay, if you just answer the phone, just go to it. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, talk to us, sir.
Yes, Stanton. I don't think it'd be advantageous to go and just fire an employee without investigation. You can suspend, investigate, get to the bottom of it, make sure that Mr. Kema is liable for what happened. Then before you can recommend firing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to take more calls, maybe 4 more. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah.
We don't have enough time. When you call, just please answer into the phone. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, my name is Eddie Carley. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Yes, sir. Talk to us, please.
Listen, I want to say, the first thing we should know is his wife has a car rental company, or is she involved in car renting? If not, I would say that, it's complete corruption. In the first place, you can't buy a 5,000 Corolla from America, transfer it for 3,000 in Liberia, then you want to rent it for 30,000. Like your friends, like the panelists like you said, whoever are involved in signing those things, like sometimes like you always say, If you see something, you hear something, everybody who signed that thing should be involved. They should say something. If that, they all should bear the penalty.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take 5 more calls from Library and get to the next conversation. Nelson, it's all yours. We hope you can make that adjustment. The phone is not acting well, but let's go ahead, Nelson. You're muted, Nelson.
Okay, so we tried this person. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, we are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is the AD Hospital for Brazos City, Sando County.
You're calling from Sino. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the topic discussion concerning corruption. Hey, man, Clinton. Hey, man, are you on our platform? You dare just for God's sake. Tell that you will be eradicated of corruption. It's dying, man. Anybody who offend the government, who's supposed to be prosecuted, into the whole thing is prosecuted. And when I do this,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Your name and where you call from? Okay, this person. Hello.
Well,
yeah, go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Okay. I'm good. I'm calling from
Yeah, let's hear you.
The issue of corruption or so the fact about it is that the way we got 3 rules to the fight of corruption.
Hold on. Thank you.
Let's make that the last call, man. We're not hearing the line. I hope you guys can get it better tomorrow, but let's make that the last call, please.
Okay. So this person now is the final caller. Hello.
Hello. Thank you, CEO. My name is Daniel Kardonka. I'm calling Israel.
Kardonka, go ahead.
So firstly, the head of the agency is the head of the procurement committee. So at the beginning of the bid process, all of the documents are exposed to include the article of incorporation, business registration. So if the head of the procurement entity notices that he has conflict in regards to being on a review, he will have to step aside and then the process will continue. So if it is true that the head of the entity's wife also do that for the contract that we are discussing now about the car rental, then the agreement will be signed by the deputy for administration. So it is equally
Thank you.
Okay.
That ever happened.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nelson. We appreciate you. Thanks to all of you. Anybody got 1 or 2 30-second real quick? We got to move on to Zoom Lion, to the president visit, to HPX. And we also got to talk about another thing on that newspaper today. Thanks to Mountain, is this COVID $30 billion issue that TWE have implicated the World Food Program and the rest of these guys. If you look at it, TWE saying that, listen, we can dig deeper. We get Wilson Tapper, we get Nathaniel Falo-Magay, we get Jaden Cooper, we get Justice Minister Dean, we have the rest of them, but something about this story that is just developing. Where is the $30 million? Who ate the money? What was actually done? So we're going to take a spin on it. Anybody want to close on anything on this one before we close? Maybe 2 individuals. Anybody want to close on it? No? Yeah. Councilor?
Yes. So Standard, I think one of the callers made a good point I wanted to make in terms of firing. I think the president can fire anyone who serves at his will, at his pleasure. He can fire that person. It doesn't need any investigation to be conducted first. Once your name comes into any act of corruption, he can choose to fire you. He can choose to subject you to investigation. It is his choice. But for those that have tenure position, it requires that they must go through an investigative process, and the findings must come up holding them culpable before you can take any such action against them. Even at that, mind you, even when they go to court, If they go to court and they win the case, it means that it must be reinstated. That's why even on the labor law, when you go to court, if you dismiss somebody for any act of maybe a theft or any act of corruption, if that person goes to court and win the case, you have to bring the person back. Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Thank you. I'm going to bring it. Thank you, Council. Let me bring it Dr. Richardson. We got to move on, Dr. Richardson.
Okay.
I was just going to say that. So there was a caller who made a good point about, the head of the organization reclusing him or herself. But Liberia is such a small country, and we so intertwined with each other that, to me, it would be hard if you recluse yourself. That power that you have over others in the department can still be felt even after your reclusion. So it's very contextual for me. It's something. It's not like a big country like here where there's different agencies in different states where if somebody recuses themselves, I don't know who you are. People in my organization have not interacted with you and they don't know who you are. So it's easy for us to make decisions. Yeah, but it seemed to be a little challenging in Liberia. So I don't think it's as easy as what we like to believe.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So after this conversation coming up, we'll run straight to Zoomlion HPX. HPX, actually, we're trying to wait for the president engagement with Donald Trump, but we'll dig into that. But Zoomlion is a very, very concerning that we have to talk about it. And let me ask you a question. So now, where are you? With you, Dr. Richardson? The second part to this story, 30 million conundrum, 30 million. 12 still talking. People names still coming up. There was a whole committee set up about this 30 million COVID money. But I'm seeing sedition. I'm running with a piece of the story that Gafwan then were requesting for the extra or the last $2 million. But this is about 30 million. So I agree that maybe the government came the maximum that left there. The story about the 30 million not adding up, Dr. Richardson. You take the lead, and then we'll run around in circle on this one.
Well, the thought that I have about this is, why is WFP not speaking? Twitter accused WFP, saying that he left this money. I think it was let me just see, $2 million that was left in his turnover notes. He left $2 million. And it was WIP, according to 12, who also made the arrangement that, they wanted to be in charge of the food distribution. He said that he didn't have much to say about that. And one thing that I also observed in this whole transaction, I think I was under the impression that money, I could be wrong about this, that money didn't go into the government's coffer. This all went directly to WFP, but I do believe that money went into the government's coffer. I think I read somewhere that money went to the government's coffer, and then it was taken out and went into, WFP's coffer. So my question is, WFP need to speak, the role they play. How is the food distributed? We are hearing that people in Monrovia said they did 2 million distribution during COVID. There are a lot of people in Monrovia who, including this was argued by Senator Snow, who is from Bombay County, who said that he does not think that they delivered that amount of food. So that's what I have to say.
So then let's come to you, Glennie. Glennie, this thing is, Summit 12 opened a whole Pandora bag. We're saying, don't talk, but Summit 12 say you got to talk. Glennie, beside the 4 million to NEC, we argue it. There was 30 million in question. The only thing Summit 12 defending, that I left 2 million there and got fined 80. But then the 28 million now, and people say we got to dig deeper. Tell us the story about the 28 million. Well, then people start calling names. Look at the names, the steering committees. Yeah. People start putting up documentation. Well, and now the major investigation here is ongoing, that we can say, according to our sources, they are digging deeper, investigating. Actually, with 28 million given to WFP, who said WFP can talk? The government can summon the report of WFP. The government can request that document, and WFP will actually tell Liberians whether they receive $28 million, whether they receive $30 million, whether who in WFP ate the money, or whether it was Calais. Glenny, talk to me. This thing is getting bad.
The flip side of this coin is that everybody on that picture that they're in Liberia.
Yep.
So everybody, if their integrity mattered, they would have, some of them would have not come out and spoken and said to her, this is not true, or the government of Liberia, this is not true. No one is saying anything. And if it doesn't matter to them, they won't say anything. But this is when you talk about stealing money business in Liberia, the money can just be plenty of dollars. It can even be 1,000, 2,000, millions. It's what can you say? What's gonna happen to this case? Tua is still talking. Tua shouldn't even be talking. That's the thing about it. He should not even be saying anything. He's still talking. But the fact that he's talking now has opened up another can of worms leading to other people. So they should say something. I mean, I don't know what else to say. How do we get a better Liberia? When every little money you get, somebody pockets it and that's it.
But so Glenny, and my fellow Liberians and panelists here, these are not small names, Glenny, they're talking about.
No, these are big government officials.
These are not small names. Let's go through this list. Jenny Cooper, she's in the government right now as an advisor or something. Jenny Cooper, right now, she served in Jowett government, former agriculture minister. Musa Dean, former justice minister. Wilson Tappet, former commerce minister, former EPA executive director. Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill, former chief of staff to the president. Former finance minister Samuel Ditwe, the man that's building the banks. And who's the other guy in the corner there? Can somebody call his name? It looked like I forgot his name.
Dr. Soni.
Education minister. Former education minister Ansu Soni. We are in trouble, my people. Like Glenny said, these people have to start speaking. But why aren't they saying anything? Because something is not adding up. So my fellow Liberians, this is what we do on the show. Samuel Tua wrote. Samuel Tua said, I got a document. He revealed this document. He's saying $1.1 million was left somewhere and people are asking for it. Reallocation of Remini. Now, Remini is the word. $1.1 million. It means that that's the last one. In crew, they say that's the botte. The botte means that the rest cross. After you pass the rest cross, you meet over the path. That's the last one. Samuel Tua is saying that Gafuan requested this money and Gafuan ate the money. The total amount left was $2 million. The decision demonstrates our joint commitment to strengthening local agricultural markets and supporting smallholders, farmers. You can read the entire document. But guess what happened? Where? Mommy, where is the 28 million? Mommy, you got to tell the people.
Samuel Tua decided to spin the communication. That's what he did. I was just looking on my phone to find the exact recording. Unfortunately, you called me on. What he did was, people are raising concern about around $28 million that your administration claimed you spent during COVID time. We asking what the report, who did it impact? $28 million, that's small money. During COVID, then he came on and said, when you want offer $28 million, don't offer me, offer Gafuan, let Gafuan wrote a letter here. Let Gafuan, the money you're asking me for, let here Gafuan using. No, Gafuan letter is clear. Gafuan is saying there was 30 million plus here, 28 million plus you use it. The balance that there, transfer in government consolidated account. So because he's asking for the transfer in government consolidated account to spin that letter and mislead his people and they all on social media. Don't ask 12 for the money, ask Gafuan. The money you're asking 12 for, and Gafuan writing for. No, that 30 million being we're talking here. Over 28 million was spent. We're asking for you to account for that. The 1.something million, Gafwan wrote and said, put that money because it's just sitting there, no COVID again. So because no COVID, send it in government consolidated account. We intend to do two things with it. One, the Ministry of Agriculture intend to, I think, use 20% to buy from local farmers, and the remaining 80% will be used to build the capacity of the school feeding program, the country's school feeding program. So he spin the letter. Don't ask me, yellow letter here. You see yellow letter Gafwan wrote, yellow letter Gafwan. No, Gafwan wrote for the remaining money. We are asking for the over 28 million. We want to know how it was spent. We want to report whether it is WFP, whether it is FPW, whether it is who. We want to know. And Sandra, where you need to help us tell us what happened to that 28 million during COVID.
So Mami, we got to spend, we got 10 more minutes left on this show. I want to say to all Liberians, do you know anything about the 30 million? Now, let's do the perfect key math, right? Let's do the perfect key math. 30 million, 30 minus 2.
28.
I mean, 28 million, right? The 28 million, we get Gafwan. We were asked Gafwan what he did with the people $2 million that you requested for. We were asked Alexander Nuta what's going on here. We got the document now, right? But come on, guys. Let's go back to this. Samuel Twe, you are finance minister. You put a steering committee together with all these great men and Jenny Cooper. You can show anything? $28 million? Colonel Gray.
Say that? He said we should go to WFP. We shouldn't ask any questions.
But that's what, so it means that Samuel Twe took $1 million and put it in a pickup truck and went to West Point and went to Douala and went all over and distributed it. We shouldn't ask nobody question. This one of the people COVID money. He said he get a WFP, but as a finance minister, people on this show, they said the man is one of the best finance ministers in the history of Africa. But then he said, you don't ask me. You go ask WFP? Come on, great man. What's going on here?
Stanton, most of these crimes that have been hauled against our state, the perpetrators are just stupid, in my opinion. Criminals are people who are very intelligent people that will see that if I transfer here and there, right away you create a footprint. It's called a paper trail. You understand? Even if you transfer 28 million to WFP, there should be a paper trail. You didn't put money in a pickup 28 million and go deliver it to WFP. Even at that, if you withdrew the money from an account, that would be paper trail. Most people do that. Even the situation we just spoke about.
The money came straight from the World Bank to WFP.
Well, those kinds of things are paper trail because WFP is accountable. It's accountable to donors or those who are responsible to monitor their activities. So either way, to come back, but you see, let me give you an incident of a guy named Socrates. When we tend to intellectualize crime, especially the law, we have a legal mind here. Look, you tend to lose track if you're not even a lawyer. That's why we say be careful. All this, like they're talking, Judaism, you throw your hands here and there, it will come back to catch you when it comes to the law because you don't possess that intelligence to be able to interpret. The best remedy is to remain mute. So what's in you, nobody can bring it out. But if you brought things out, people will begin to analyze. That's the same situation with somebody like Samuel Twe. The arrogance, the degree of vicissitude, thinking that I know it all. So therefore, when I say this, it has authority and cadence. You're only implicating yourself further. See the amount of individuals that are coming out now. All of those signify paper trail. What's their role? So when government is making this sort of allegation, it's not because they don't like you from a different party. It means there are tangible evidence to be able to prove you wrong whenever you make a claim that does not exist significantly on the digital level. So at the end of the day, they'll hook you up. All that noise is making, go ask the WFP. You can say that, like you street man, from, I don't know, some shanty town, and people who believe in you, they'll run with you. But when it comes to the law and findings, they'll hook you up. At the end of the day, you start crying like baby. See, Charles.
Thank you, guys.
Same thing.
Yeah, great. I like what you just said. All that Yaman laws there, just stop it. Just bring out the document. Just show the document. If you didn't do anything bad, save us the drama. Don't run around. I mean, if you got to shoot. If you got to score to go. Don't waste our time. Darius, let's hear you. I've seen people doing all the things. I will keep you for last, Councilor. People drawing all this one and putting Gafwan picture. That's fine. It's okay. But at the end of the day, I can say this to anyone. Gafwan will have to give an account of the money that he said he distributed through agriculture or small feeding program in school. We got Gafwan. He can't go anywhere. We'll question Gafwan. Gafwan tried to win him. He tried straight. He will be removed. If he ate the $2 million, if he turned to be corrupt, we'll name him. But then we get Gafwan, yeah. Let him for the prodigal son, Samuel 12. Let him for the pig food that he was eating while being a prodigal son. Let him for the $28 million. Now we reduce it. $28 million now. Then Samuel 12 start calling names. Again, Samuel 12 called Nathaniel Maggie name, the senator from Maggie County. He said, "You go ask him." I placed a call today, and I placed a call to Wilson Tappe, and I asked Wilson Tappe, "Papa, what you know about this thing?" Wilson Tappe said, "My son, whenever you want me to come on your show, I will come on your show and ask and tell you what they put there with the $30 million." He said, "My son," I said, "Wilson Tappe, where are you, Papa?" He said, "In Liberia." He said, "Call me anytime. I will come on the show." That's the only person. I reached out to Miguel. I said, "Miguel, what do you know about the COVID money?" Yeah. You know, I will tell you guys this. Miguel Stanton, I can explain to you my role as a chief of staff to President George Manawea. The other people that refuse to answer. Darius, let's hear you. Our country is in some serious place.
Yes, so I mean, this is something that we should understand. In the first case, they say the burden of proof lies on the accuser, right? We say 30 million COVID-19 full money. Samuel 12 this, Samuel 12 this, that, Samuel 12 80. Samuel 12 came out to the public, the Liberian people, and said in simple English, this money was never, at no point in time, managed by the Ministry of Finance under my watch. This money was directly into WFP account and was squarely 100% managed and expended by WFP. If we think Samuel 12 lied, why is Minister Gafwan is now requesting to WFP to release the balance $2 million? That shows the money was never in the government Liberia account. And the Liberian government never managed it. That is the simple sense there. Why is Gafwan requesting the balance $2 million when this money was already in the government account? Samuel 12 was controlling it and managing it and spending it. It's just simple. That's why Samuel 12 challenged the entire government and WFP that this money was never managed by him. He did not spend a dime of it. WFP controls that, manage that, and spend that. This is why Gafwan is requesting the remaining or the balance $2 million. And the question is, what has the Ministry of Finance, Gafwan, did with the $2 million? He said he was requesting the $2 million to provide free food for school. We did not see that. No school in Republic of Liberia under this government received free feeding, school feeding program. He said the other money, some 90-some-thousand, 900-some-thousand were going to be used to buy products from local farmers. We did not see no farmer from Babalu products were purchased. Those products, even if they were purchased, where did they kept it, or they keeping it in the executive mansion? So it tells you that Samuel Tuah is saying the thing. This money was never managed by the Ministry of Finance. It was never expended by the Ministry of Finance. WFP, World Bank, or what have you, controlled that, they expended that. If it were the other way around, GAFA would not be requesting from WFP the remaining money. So it means that Samuel Tuah was controlling the money, but then when the Jowia time finished, he put it buying WFP account. Then GAFA is now requesting for the money from WFP account. It doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
And then the government challenged Samuel Tuah.
Darius, thank you. Let me ask you a question, Darius. How did this money, how did it come in? The money came in through which means? Which bank the money came through? Was it a central bank? Was it a consolidated account? Which account? Did it open a new account? Let's ask this question. Who had control of the money before turning the money over to WFP?
According to the press conference of the former finance minister, he said the funding was received by the Liberian government and onward deposited into WFP account.
So
WFP is now.
Darius, you 1 minute. I'll just ask a question. I beg you. Don't explain too long. The money was received by the Liberian government, right?
Yeah.
So help me understand. The Ministry of Finance, the central bank, that's what I'm asking. Who received the money? Which entity in the government, which ministry in the government received the money?
If donor funding is transferred to the government of Liberia, it should be in the consolidated or the central bank account. It should be our Ministry of Finance account.
Okay. So who was the minister? So who was the minister at the time?
Minister Tuah.
Okay. So it means that Minister Tuah had control of the money, right? $30 million.
No, because the money was not intended to be used.
No, I'm not saying whether it was intended. But you just said
the government and Minister Tuah said it was deposited in the WFP account. So who do we believe?
Darius, wait now. I beg you, Darius. We are not talking to. We're not there yet as to when it was deposited. The money came in. You remember the 200 I sent you? It was deposited. No. I'll give you an example. I'm not telling you I sent you $200. I just gave you an example. $200. You went to Freeport that day to collect the money. It was deposited in the Western Union account, right? You went to Freeport, so it means that Western Union had your money. They were waiting to just give you that money. As Patrick would do it all this time. I called Nelson. I said, Nelson, take care of Patrick Doe. It means that Nelson holding Patrick Doe money. That money has been allocated for Patrick. So Patrick Doe, now guess what happened? He would just call Nelson and say, Nelson, I come to pick up or do transfer. Do you agree with me? So the issue is that Samuel Tuah has some control on the money. Maybe for 1 day, for 1 week, for 1 month. Do you agree with that?
So WFP is now Mawata organization.
No.
WFP is a recognized organization, global.
Do you agree
Samuel
that the
Tuah will not lie
government...
on WFP?
No, we're not there yet. So Darius, listen, let me leave you for a bit because we're pushing with time. Fubi, are you understanding where I'm coming from here, Fubi? The government of Liberia received the money, Samuel Tuah controlled the money. They had a steering committee. The steering committee include Wilson Tap and all of them. The money never just came in and went straight to WFP. Am I correct, Fubi?
Yeah.
But how WFP may report about the money being used?
So wait now, Darius, Fubi will ask him. But to answer you very quick, after WFP received whatever amount they send, and then we asked them for a report. But prior to that, the government of Liberia had control of the money fully.
Yeah, so that, like I told you the last time, they're putting gaze on that money when they're eating it. So stop putting a neck on the lamp and then they will cut it off. So look, Samuel Tiwia, we're calling Tiwia because he changed the name. Other A to the name. The family got 12 other A to the own name. So Samuel Tiwia. So Tiwia, there are a lot of things that went wrong with the government, and he needs to understand that. You know, and I said it last time. You get a guy chance, he will eat you on high grade with a swimmer. When you finish talking, can eat anything on high grade. So don't listen to the sweet thought that you will hear from him and conclude and say, yeah, man, okay. No. That one he's good at.
Sweet talk.
Yeah.
Or phobia is challenging a whole government. A whole government and a whole
Cool down.
Wait, interrupting Fubi for Darius.
They challenge the whole government.
Your internet strength is going off though. I don't know if I alone seeing it. Fubi, go ahead.
Now what the government guy in code? So he challenging the whole government. Now what the government guy in code? You know, so they will do that challenge at the criminal code. So he owes it to the Liberian people. He managed. There are a lot of committee that he served as the management, the head of the management team, the economic management team. He was the head. All the different committees that were set up, you know, Wilson Tappe headed the food distribution. You know, I saw him a lot of time with the BFP crew, with him moving from point to point, sharing some food stuff. And you know, what are the food stuff were given to everybody, like we said. A lot of people didn't receive, but they did some distribution. But they are under obligation to have that full report from WFP. Say, look, we gave you XYZ amount of money. We want the full report and publish that report for the public to clear their names. That's how you do it. Because there are a lot of allegations that people that you have received, they didn't receive. Money that you have gone to certain community, they didn't go there. We didn't say they didn't share some rest. For sharing some rest, they share some rest. What I'm share the full amount of rest and the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. We can make progress. We got 15 more minutes. Let's hear from Vedada Patrick and Councilor Gu. We got to go to Zoom line and the people share ration, right? Small. Yeah, and then the majority of the money. So, I mean, you can talk your own.
I think Samuel Troy has spoken lengthily on this matter. I want to caution the government of Liberia to investigate the statement he made. He made several claims, not just recently, but in the past. He said that the entire $30 million was managed and expended by the WFP. We need to ascertain as to whether this statement is correct or not. He also indicated that he played no role in the direct, I want us to underscore the word direct, expenditure of the funds. He also mentioned that as of 2023, there was a process of reallocation of a portion of the money that was unspent to WFP. And the last thing is that for me, in these kinds of situations, I don't know why WFP stays silent. Samuel Troy has spoken on many occasions. I don't know whether they make any statement. Because they too, they are at the center of controversy. Samuel Troy said they manage the money. At this time, when the government is pursuing him, it is morally imperative for WSP to speak out as to whether statement made by Samuel Troy, the former Minister of Finance, is true on grounds that the money was solely managed and expended by them. They need to speak because they are engulfed or at the center of controversy. For me, in as much as we want people to be apprehended and prosecuted, but if I sit on this platform and somebody accuse me, oh, this man gave me the money, oh, Fendela gave me the, and I'm not talking, I'm just quiet, then there's something to worry about. WFP needs to speak now. They should tell us as to whether the statement made by Samuel Twell, it makes sense. They are writing kafan, requesting explanation. So why they saying WFP cannot tell all what is unfolding as to whether the statement made by Samuel Twell is true or not? They need to speak out. Mama, you the presiding officer now. So, in conclusion, I think the entity that is known to have provided the money is still sitting tight-lipped. I don't know what is the rationale behind, but at the same time, while Samuel Twell is clarifying, they see WFP is writing kafan, seeking clarity. Why they cannot provide clarity with respect to what Samuel Twell is doing too? Not because they are UN agencies. Corruption is everywhere. They need to be very clear. Maybe something went on for which they don't want to speak. They need to say something.
So if
I mean we done with the WFP and Samuel Twell situation. Stanton is
I've not spoken.
No, okay. Sorry, Council. Go ahead, Council.
Thank you. So I listen to all of you. It's good that Stanton made me last. Let me say this. Samuel Twell, WFPU, Arab WPU, they don't owe the public any explanation. The people they owe explanation to is the government. And the government owe the public explanation. So the government supposed to be asking the question that you people are asking here tonight. These people were accused. We all had doubts about the expenditure of the COVID fund. That from way 2021, the government came to power. What has it done for these people to account for the COVID fund? Had they questioned Samuel Twell? Had they questioned WFP? What information was provided to them, to the government? So we, the people, supposed to be pushing the government to tell us the news that we heard that our COVID fund was mismanaged during the COVID-19 time. What have you done about it? What information do you have? Instead of asking Samuel Twell, I said he thought the other day he left for him. If you're ready to choose, you want to talk business. WFP want to talk up to them, but they don't owe us that explanation as a public. They owe the government the explanation, and the government owe us, the people, to provide the information. So they don't work for us. Samuel Twell don't work for the government Liberia, and the WFP does not work for us. The government works for the Liberian people. So we must push our government to account to us about what happened. All of them end up beating around the bush and asking people who already don't have obligation to us. So let's push the government to ask the government. Let the government tell us what has it uncovered. Because we heard that the money was managed. Was mismanaged. So what information does the government have now pertaining to the $30 million so we can lead them out of the rest?
Thank you very much. Councilor, thank you. Because we got to go to Zoom line, we beg that we leave this one. I'm begging every one of you. Not that I'm rushing you, but we got to go to Zoom line. Let me say this before we go to Zoom line. I can announce on the show, maybe Samuel Twell will get very side business. Samuel Twell the name Samuel Twell, former finance minister, is on 17 investigation. And I will announce it. 17 investigation with the government of Liberia. Okay? I want to say something, but Samuel Twell, a foolish man. These are investigations. The man name, former finance minister Samuel D. Twell, is on 17 very serious investigation. This that we're talking about, the 30 million, is one of them. Nobody's stupid yet. Counselor, your prosecutor.
I know.
They are investigating.
Yeah.
This thing is getting closer. So when we hear something from some of our sources, it burns us in that we want to talk, but they say you can't. People have entrusted into us to be quiet. So sometimes when we talk here, we slip. They should be happy that we're giving them that information. But I can announce to the nation that Samuel 12 name is on 17, very strong criminal investigation. 17. The brother got to pray that Joe will come out of power some way, somehow. He got to pray to God. He got to fast and pray. Jesus Christ fasted for how many days and how many nights? The brother got to double it. And he got to say, Father, in your hand, I commit my spirit. But this is what we're talking about. Do you know that it was 25 million first man made during the COVID? It started with 25 million, then additional 5 million. Do you know that CPP representative, let Fubi, let Dr. Richardson, they were on that steering committee? Have you asked yourself why they left? Do you know that Murad Yakula was on that committee? Mo Ali, he was on that committee. Do you know that? But who pushed them off? Why they left? What actually the CPP opposition left from the committee? You know what? Let me just don't continue with this story. When I say something, it's because of what I know. It's not only Samuel 12 on 17 major investigation. We'll start calling their names. I wouldn't go into it. I would just call the name.
Stand on. Some of the things I always tell you, we don't need to discuss it because some of these investigations need to be confidential.
But
some people that are being investigated,
some
people that are being investigated don't even know that they're being investigated.
Okay,
that's
so
how, that's how,
I respect you. Let's go to Zoom line. I respect you, Councilor.
So first of all, before we go, let's retract the statement that police. Let's retract that statement.
No, Senator is foolish. Senator is foolish.
Let's retract. This is
no. I will not. You can retract it. I say Senator is foolish. No, Paul, don't do this. Paul, you can say your own. Paul, you're not the one that's saying it. Paul, we're not going to get an argument. Paul, you will not going to get an argument. Senator is foolish.
You're muting me.
Yeah, I'm muting you because you're interrupting me, my man.
Can I get 30 seconds?
No, you cannot get 1 second. No, you cannot get 1 second. No, we go to Zoom line. You keep
man, don't push our debate back, Paul.
Yeah, man. You don't
like to hear the truth.
No. You have a technical problem. No, the man went off. The man went off.
Yeah, well, you can't
the man went off. The man came out. The man went off. The man went off. I want to make understand what I was showing for.
The internet problem.
But I'm going to Zoom line.
The people understand. When the CEO want to get out,
please go out and come back in. When I get you, if you can hear me, Paul, if you can hear me, please go out and come back in. Thank you. Yeah. So please tell Paul, if you can hear us, let you go out and come back in.
Internet can never go up.
Let's go to Zoom line. We got a serious issue. Our brother is logging on. Let's see if he's on. Okay, he's back. Paul, we'll come to you.
I mean, Washington, D.C., my internet can never trip. I'm putting it back.
Let's talk about this Zoom line. I'm afraid, right? And the whole 712 thing, I respect what Councilor said. I will not call those people names. If I thought maybe I will, but I can only call 712 name. He's on 17 major investigation and will continue even more. I will name some of these investigations, which is serious, very, very serious. Mommy, let's talk about Zoom line. We woke up with some information about Zoom line. Then we begin to check and went way back as 2012, 2013, around there. And we came to know that Zoom line actually was in Liberia before. But what is Zoom line? What do they do, Mommy? Bring us up to speed. Then we'll get into it.
Zoom line cleans. Zoom line is a sanitation company. They provide sanitation service. You pay them. That's the work they do in Liberia, in Ghana. Came to Liberia and they did similar work. Maybe people check around from 2013, 2014. Me, Amula, we were opposing Zoomlion's bad labor practices meted against those women and young people who were sweeping in the streets. We're on record for that. Truth FM, other radio stations. So that's our background with Zoomlion. But it's not just about the labor issues. No company in the world is perfect. No company is perfect. However, Zoomlion technically owes Liberia. When Zoomlion was operating in Liberia, the World Bank provided some money to do street cleaning. Zoomlion was hired to provide that service. According to the World Bank investigation, the way it worked, the truck will clean all the dirt and carry to the parking to the underwent town or whatever station they had. When the truck enters, you mark it 1. Each time the truck enters, you pay, you mark it, you pay, you mark it. At the end of the day, you bring that mark back, then they disperse the money. They realize that trucks that will come, when they dump too low, Zoomlion, in collusion with Monrovia City Corporation staff, will mark 10 instead of 2. When they do 5, they mark 15. And because of that, it cost the World Bank hundreds of thousands of dollars. The World Bank investigated Zoomlion in Liberia. Zoomlion admitted because the evidence was overwhelming. The World Bank banned them. But the World Bank did not just stop there. The information that in the public is only the World Bank banned Zoomlion, the World Bank banned Zoomlion. No, they did not just ban Zoomlion. The World Bank told the government of Liberia, before we can proceed, all the money that was stolen in that process, you must pay it on behalf of Zoomlions. And the finance ministry at the time, because they did not want the cleaning of the street to be stored, they had to pay hundreds of thousands. And at the end of the day, Zoomlion left Liberia. 10 years later, Zoomlion comes back. Without talking about how can they pay the money that the government use taxpayer money on to pay on behalf of them, we did not set any standard for a company that ruined our chances or a company that colluded with people to take money intended to clean the street. We are in the process of rewarding them with another city cleaning contract. And that is the topic under discussion. 1, they owe us technically, because it was because of their collusion that the government had to pay back hundreds of thousands. They come back and our own government is not asking Zoomlion that because of you, we had to take taxpayer money that needed to have gone to buy drugs, that needed to have gone to buy chairs for children. On your behalf, we had to pay to the World Bank. They're not asking Zoomlion, but rather they want to reward Zoomlion with another contract.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Zoomlion is a big company. They got places all over. President Mahama terminated Zoomlion YEA contract. This is Ghana. This is Ghana. I want you to just go on and check Zoomlion. ZOOMLLON. Now, the question people are asking, how much does people owe World Bank? How much was spent and how much the government of Liberia paid back? Now, people are asking, but who bringing Zoomlion back? That's the question. guys, we know. Why should Zoomlion come back? Now, Zoomlion met the current Monrovia City Mayor, MCC, and Painesville City Mayor. Both of them, they traveled to Ghana. They met Zoomlion folks. So if anybody saying who bringing Zoomlion back, I will start from right there. They told Zoomlion, come back. We're going to open a bidding process. Now, every other thing that we've been following on this story, it will interest you that you got to be concerned. Mommy, real quick. How much did the Liberian government pay back on behalf of the mess Zoomlion?
Honestly, I don't have the figure on hand. We're trying to get the hard copy document because we're making a case that we pay this money on your behalf. So you must pay the money back before you can.
I'm going to put it up real quick. I'm going to put it up real quick. I'm going to put it up. But let's hear the guys. We are uploading the document. I'm going to put it up. You will see how much your government, your own money, went and they pay. And when they pay, guess what happened, right? I'm going to upload all this information for you to see how much the Liberian government pay in Zoomlion. What does Zoomlion pay that back? And who bringing Zoomlion in? Who they met? Who they been negotiating with? Then you need to know. That's what Richardson, Zoomlion.
I have a lot of questions since I'm reading about it, and a lot of questions related to yours. You know, who brought him back to Liberia? It's a Ghanaian company. What's the connection between it being a Ghanaian company and others, maybe other who are connected to the Ghanaian government? Yeah, so far I have a lot of other questions as I'm reading it, but yeah, so far those are my major questions. Why was it brought back to Liberia? What's going on with those who are acting on behalf of Liberian people in terms of getting contracts? You know, what's influencing their decisions to bring in a company that was disbarred from practicing business or exercising business in Liberia by the World Bank? You know, how does that make us look to the World Bank? So those are all the things that I have running through my mind right now. But I'm reading it's on. You know, you can find the articles about Zoomlion on the website. I mean, on the internet. But thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Glennie, then we'll come to the councilor. Glennie, you've been reading because we will discontinue this again for the benefit of our audience to bring in more information. But let's hear you. Zoomlion is around. They are in the country now. What's going on? What say you?
Stanton, you know, the corruption cases and all these things, and that it can just be mind-boggling to me. If you know something is wrong and you still want to engage it, then what do I say? What should we say? I mean, I really want to pass on this because, like Mame is saying, with all of these monies and everything, the government, I don't even think the government can pay it back. I don't even know what the process of the plan is to even go after those who is being alleged of using this money. So I don't know. I really don't know what to say to this. Is that it's like a recycle bin. We keep recycling the same thing over and over, doing the same thing over and over, and nothing significant is happening. Nothing is changing. We can just hope for the better. That's all.
Thank you very much. Let's come to
the people that test information Zoomlion party. That's what you know.
Yeah, because a lot of people are angry, you know, and we're going to put this up. A lot of people are angry about Zoomlion. I don't even know who even advising our government to open up bid and include them. That's the question.
How?
But let's
They even came to the front. How?
And listen, I will say this to you: enforcing accountability. World Bank devised a Ghanaian company for sanctionable misconduct relating to a waste management project in Liberia. Let's go to the data as well. Zoomlion faces no World Bank restriction. This was the argument. And guess what happened today? We spoke to one of the representatives, Mami and I, we did, and we asked them to share this document and said, listen, you guys say you honor no restriction with World Bank. You'll clear everything. Then you'll share the document. We said it today. And guess what happened? We're still waiting. Zoomlion, how much did they receive when they came first to Liberia? The people just walk in our country, and the allegation that they walk away with over $20 million. They came, and this is thing I can piss Uncle Sam off. They just came to the country, and they left for $20 million over. And then we went back, we said, you come back again to collect another $20 million. Councilor, let's keep it for last. Let me go to Conor Gray, Darius, Phoebe Heron, Vendetta Patrick, and my brother Paul Kennedy. Conor Gray.
Stanton, before you award anybody any contract, you want to check on their past activity with areas they've served. This company, the bad name on this company is just all over the place. Matter of fact, even in Ghana, they were charged of receiving money and not performing the task. One wonders in a country like ours whether there will ever be a threat to even repeat such an action. Okay, now I'm a little bit confused when you put the Ghanaian cedi there. I don't know in terms of the U.S. how many millions that amounts to, but the fact is these people are always upfront to win individuals around the power that be to hold these kinds of crimes. And no strange, it's not a strange, paradox in this situation with the Barker administration. There are so many influential people from Ghana who are around this president, just like the last one that was awarded contract at the airport. Imagine our national security was invested in the hands of Ghanaian company when we're supposed to be handling those things because it's our own national security. Under the way administration that was done, but for us to see it happening today is even is even daring. So I will hope that the Barker administration does not have anything to do with the awarding of this contract based on influence. There are so many things happening with the administration that we need to bring up, but maybe some of them are under investigation now. But if you ask me about this Zoom Lion company, others have asked the question, why them? A company that is so questionable. Why we awarded them contract? In fact, if they have left us indebted and they have not even settled that, then we'll go bring them back to put us more further into debt. So I don't know what kind of country we have, but yes,
Thank you.
yes, thank you, Stanton, for bringing it.
No, you're right, and that's the question we asked him. Why even bring them to the table? What actually happened here? Darius, let's hear your own Zoom line.
Yeah, so we have read about Zoom Lion, and then we know it's a Ghanaian company. We also read that it was banned by the World Bank for mismanagement of sanitation projects in Liberia, which included bribery. They bribed a lot of people for contracts, and so World Bank restricted them. They banned them for 2 years. So 2013 to 2015, the 2-year ban was over. So whether or not since 2015, they have been dealing with the World Bank, and World Bank have been providing contracts or finance for them for other projects in Liberia or Ghana or other parts of Africa. We don't know. But I have read a release from Zoom Lion clarifying that they are not on any restriction or ban from World Bank to this date because they have served the 2 years restriction punishment for the mismanagement of sanitation projects, and then which included the bribery. So if they are being brought back, why should we, like you said, why should we go for a company that will bribe, all right, a government official, institution, the Montreal City Corporation to give them contract? So if they are bringing them back, it means the current city corporation, the city mayor, if it is he who pushing that or any other government official, it means they are also being bribed. They are being compromised to bring Zoom Lion at the table of other companies in terms of contract. But it will just send a bad signal to the World Bank, who is financing most of these urban sanitation projects in Liberia and other parts of Africa, that this company was marked by corruption or bribery, mismanagement of projects, and then here you are in 2025 in the rescue government pushing this very company to come and handle projects, sanitation projects in Liberia.
Thank you very much, Darius. You make put out a lot of good points, and I think what we want down on this thing, we want to go into asking the city mayor of Monrovia and the city mayor of Painesville. They flew into Ghana. They met these people. Guess what happened? Then they asked the people to come. Big contract, by the way. Don't just take it for a joke. A big contract here on waste and sanitation. And maybe Paul Kennedy will speak to this, because if we're right within what actually he's practicing. Phoebe Henry, I'm concerned. Zoomlion again, we are in trouble.
Yeah, so for me, that I will look at it in two different ways. One, on the issue of Zoomlion forming collusion with government officials or whatever entity that they work with in the past to carry out the fraud that happened, which led to them being banned. No government should think on bringing such an entity back to work with. That's the first thing. Because of that, because if they did it in the past, it means they can do it again. Then the motive that anybody would think clearly would be that, okay, thank you guys were able to get away with some of these things in the past. I think we can use them also to amass some quick stealing on them. But on the issue of government paying on their behalf, and I think we should blame the government for that. I will not charge Zoomlion for that extra money, because I think it was the same government that collided with them to carry out that fraud. So sometimes you have to own up to your fraud scheme when you carry out. So government did bad business by having a fraudulent company to work with in the first place, and they helped to milk the World Bank at the time. So the World Bank demanded government to pay, because it was the government in the first place that brought Zoomlion. So it's like anybody, when you head a group and you bring somebody, you recommend somebody to work with, the burden is on you. So government pay that money. But bringing Zoomlion back, for me, that's the greatest disappointment. And you cannot be seen as trying to work with an old criminal with that kind of record. So that's my big disappointment. I think at this point they should look at revoking that and let's Zoomlion go back. There are local companies, part of development of local company in Liberia. Even if they may you work with 4 or 5 of them, build their capacity and work with them. So government needs to look at that seriously. I don't think working with Zoomlion is a prudent thing to do. And I think for the record, they shouldn't be doing business with Zoomlion.
Okay, thank you very much. Fadela, let's hear you.
So I'd like to take a different trend tonight. Hearing about Zoomlion that has a conflicted characteristics in terms of its performance and delivery on its responsibilities, coming back in the country, having been banned, prevented, disallowed to function in this country, I think is a serious political accident. It should not be allowed. But tonight, I have a fundamental question. Why are we not always prioritizing Liberian professionals who are doing similar work like Zoomlion? Why? Why is it so? You have professionals who have gone outside of this country, master degrees in environmental science. Some of them have worked with the EPA. Some of them have worked in different sectors. They have solid waste institutions, functional, and they have credibility. We will leave them and go out to bring a company that has a conflicting characteristics in its performance. It's almost like what we are told us that Liberians will not be spectators. But for 6 years, we had challenges. cannot make the same mistakes. We beat on we are yesterday, so Liberia was spectator. You came to correct the mistakes. I would suggest whoever in government travel to Ghana to discuss with Zoom Lion to bring them here. We don't want a lion in this country. A lion that has a conflicting characteristics is not good to live in any forest. We don't want Zoom Lion in this country. We want Liberians who are professionals and who have the capacity. For example, look at the green cities. We can many Liberians that are capable. In fact, they will employ more Liberians. You talk about Zoom Lion, bringing them in this country. They will never, no matter how qualified you are in this country in solid waste, the Ghanaian will never take you from Liberia and carry them over. They don't want to do it. Already they have conflicting characteristics. They ban them. What is that? So look, I don't. Laws were meant to be instituted against individuals and institutions. The only reason laws were made because it was meant to be applied against individuals and institutions. So if you say liberalization policy, Liberians are here.
Amen.
Yeah, they have solid waste institution capable. The question will be, CEO, in conclusion, the question will be, oh, the people don't have the capacity. Okay. But they have the integrity. The one that have the capacity, they don't have integrity. They perform here and they stole from us. They brag. How can you even go and brag? That means they were not even competent. And they admitted, like what Amula said. So let us prioritize our own Liberian brothers. Even God himself, he calls the unqualified and qualified them. Imagine if you give contract to Liberian solid waste institutions, maybe 20,000, 1 million, 200,000.
Thank you very much for that, Patrick. Thank you. Thank you, VP.
Over the period of 3 years, they will be solid enough to perform their responsibility. And CEO, I want you not to even be talking about Zoom Lion. You should be prioritizing Liberians. Why should we spend our time discussing Zoom Lion?
FINISH. Finish.
Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you.
Look at your eyeglasses. Like the only woman talking expire.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening to my colleagues on the panel. Good evening to our viewers. Good to be here. Let me take the topic from the top with this whole Zoom Lion. There's an issue with Zoom Lion when it comes to contract management. Once there has been some form of adjudication in the contract management process under the FIDICS, and if the party was liable, can you hear me now?
Go ahead. You're doing good, Paul. We'll manage it.
All right. If the party was liable and had to pay fine, under the IFC performance,
you finish feeding the ball crying.
Yeah, take care of him. Let her back. Let her back to you.
The ball. Lose. We can't hear you. We're hearing the ball.
The baby is crying.
He's not crying.
My man, like child. Hey, no, Paul. I'm a right.
Don't tell me, Vandala. Vandala, don't do that. Don't do that.
Paul, that's okay. Paul, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Look, I was saying that on the FIDICS, contract management, when there's a prior adjudication and someone is liable, they have to pay penalty. Under the IFC performance standard, that person is never a part of any of the World Bank funding project, period. You put your bid, the World Bank will not fund it because you were once accused and for corruption or for misappropriation or misapplication of funds. You were found liable, you pay penalties. The fact that you pay penalties under the accusation, you are guilty. I'm not a lawyer here, but just from the concept of contract management, no World Bank project will allow that Zoom Lion to bid for any of the money that World Bank will be giving in a procurement process. I don't know how it works in Liberia with the Liberian government system, But when I work with Millennium Challenge and all of the USAID programs we're being on, you cannot get adjudicated and come back and pay penalties and liabilities.
So let me ask you, and that's why, let me ask you a question. What's the thing you call that Alpha? How you call them? Can you say call the name again? You say
Zoom Lion?
No, not Zoom Lion.
The IFC Performance Centers, International Finance Corporation, is the World Bank.
Okay, so Zoom Lion was in trouble, and that's why I want us to go now. Zoom Lion was in trouble. They defaulted. You can say that is online under Madame Salif. And Zoom Lion was in trouble with the bank, but then Zoom Lion is coming and say, hey, we solved our problem with the bank. Are you saying that then World Bank will do no business with them thereafter, or they will?
Under the International Finance Corporation standards, once you were found guilty or liable for misappropriation, misapplication, back payment, delay reporting, there's a list of things that when you are found liable for and they sanction you, you can go ahead and pay the penalty and clear the sanction. You will never be a part of a
So
World
you're
Bank
right where I
financing
want to
anymore.
be now. You're right where I want to be. Our people in Liberia, the mayor, and those people that are they mumu? They don't know this thing.
I don't think they are mumu because there's a contract. So the World Bank gave the money to them, and they sit on the technical evaluation panel to come out with the folks that they want to give the contract to. Now, government can get the no objection from the World Bank, but sometimes government can strong hang the World Bank to say, listen, we are taking the money, we decided we want to source it to this person, and we want them on there for this reason. The World Bank can say, listen, you will give us certification that this person you are recommending, you will be responsible for any liability that they are going to commit. Then the Liberian government will sign if they have interest in the particular person. So they can always bypass it. But Senator, this thing is not strange to us. We heard of MedTech, we heard of CTN, we heard of organizations that were corrupt, that were, financially manhandling our people, and the government signed them in and continue with them. I drew a conclusion. Both the United Party and the CDC government have failed our people. We don't need to continue to give them the opportunity to serve our people. Going forward in 2029, we're going to be sitting now to have a conversation of how can we find a group of government that will be in the interest of our people instead of self. That's the conversation we're starting to have now.
Thank you very much. Let's keep that.
We can't continue to have people that
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring
in and be corrupt to our people.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm going to bring in Councillor, then Asido will speak. Councillor, let's hear you.
Okay. So, Stanton, let's look at first the startup of Zoom Lion. So, I think we all, Mame spoke about it. Or say around 2013, they were suspended or so. They admitted to paying bribes and facing inflicting receipts and all of that. 2 years they were disbarred. They were debarred for 2 years. In 2015, they were reinstated. They were not debarred from Liberia, operating in Liberia. They were debarred from bidding for World Bank sponsored projects. After 2 years, the question that I asked myself, God, listen to Paul Kennedy, had Zoom Lion been awarded any contract from the World Bank since it was reinstated? My research showed that yes, they have been awarded 2 contracts. One was in 2020 in Ghana.
Can you please put it in the chat room, please?
Yes, I was sending to you. I just tell you, I was sending to you. I was sending the chat room. So they've been awarded 2 contracts since they were reinstated. That's a question I asked and the information that I got from the internet. Now, the next phase we have to go to now is whether Zoom Lion should even be the company that our people should be pushing for to get waste management project. Because now it's not about, I don't want to think about whether they have the status again, because the fact that they were debarred by the UN, I mean the World Bank, and the World Bank reinstated and they started getting contract again. Maybe they have improved on their credibility. maybe those managers and things that were there that were doing it, maybe they were all dismissed, and so there were things that were done that made the credibility now to improve. So, but the question now is the benefit to our people. We'll talk about empowering Liberian business. We'll talk about Liberians not being spectators in their own economy. So, my people, to do dumper work, let me make it simple. To do dumper work, do we have to go outside to bring somebody to do dumper work? When able to look at 10 Liberian young people put businesses together, form a cooperative or form a company. If we won't get no waste company, the government give loan, put money in the bank, they can put take loan, buy equipment, and come and be able to do the work that Ghanaian company that came here were doing. They were using the same Liberian to do the work or inflating the figure and using the same Liberian to inflate the figure. Should we be at this stage? I don't think so. So for me, I think the government, our people need to look inside. There are people that own waste management in the company here. They need to empower Liberians. But our problem in the country here, our problem is we hate to see people honestly improve. We hate to see people be empowered. All we want to see our friends to always be begging us. That is our problem. And that's why some people find a way to go to government to start stealing because that's the only way they think they can grow, because the economy would not give them the opportunity to grow. So I think that it's better for them to focus in Liberia. Look for people. Got companies here. Why go to somebody who already have what a World Bank and say the integrity okay for us, we already fight the corruption. So the fact you had that record already, we also be doing business with you. Let's do business with companies in Liberia for the money to remain here so that the country can develop and people can be in power. We can't continue taking to dumper work. That one, dumper work. Whatever you take it, that dumper work. You don't need to bring somebody from Ghana to do dumper work. Thank you.
Very much. Asido, welcome to the show, my brother. It's good to have you.
Yeah. Going all around the globe to talk what is obvious is almost like a waste of time. This company was banned in 2013. President Bouaka was the vice president in 2013. The company is coming back in 2025. President Bouaka is the president in 2025. What are you looking for? Who are you looking to ask questions? What are you looking for? We can get on a big ship to go over the sea and look for someone. How is it hard to see between the lines? So the entire time George Weah was president, 6 years, they did not have anything to do with Liberia to come. No, they couldn't come. Just had to hurry and say, oh, our mayor is president now. They start putting on their shoe, ready to come back to Liberia. Who are you looking for? We've said this time and again that this government comes out to show both about fighting corruption, but we know their actions beyond what they try to do to buy public sentiments. 2013, President Bouaka was the vice president. 2025, the same President Bouaka is the president. And you are looking for something somewhere that makes Zoomlion wanting to come back to Liberia, despite the fact that at least they and World Bank have somewhere. I know we look for all of the justification why World Bank reinstated them all now. But my people, we got 2 eyes. We can use the eyes to see now. We shouldn't be looking anywhere else to understand what is going on. Very simple. Their friends are coming back. Their partners are coming back. Oh, yeah. Now, government of Liberia will be looking to pay whatever money Zoomlion had to pay according to World Bank's request. For no reason. What, they were sleeping in their room and just say, oh, you know what, Liberia, let's go back to Liberia. Oh, the boys are in power, my people. The boys are in power. And then we're looking all around for something. Listen, my people, let's be fair on this thing. This government is inherently corrupt. They will come outside and say, oh, we put Henko in someone. That's just for the publicity aspect of it. If you were to go one step beyond that, see their actions. Look at things they've done. Forget about the words they've spoken out. See their actions. You know, to talk that one thing, putting it in actual actions is the next thing. No other company on the planet can do taking trash or die. No company from China to Brazil to Japan to Liberia to everywhere. The only company that is so fit that President Barker government wants, it seems Zoomlion. I stop right there. Thank you.
So Zoomlion. Let's go back to Mame. Mame wrap it up, but we gotta just tell our folks out there where we are with this whole thing. Listen, we're gonna continue tomorrow. We are inviting Zoomlion representative here to speak on the different allegations. It's only fair for us to give them the chance to hear from them. But we can say to you, if you just go online, Mame, before you come in place, if you just go online and just read about Zoomlion, this is troubling. Now, the people asking, well, how much did Zoomlion, how much did take, that ticket with that first money was how much? Imagine if we talk about over $20 million. Now, I stand to be corrected here. I stand to be corrected, and we hope we can have them. But this is issue. So what is Zoomlion? Let's just go into it. Zoomlion, a Ghanaian waste management company, is seeking to expand its operation in Liberia, despite being debarred by the World Bank for 2 years, starting 2013, for paying bribe to facilitate contract execution and processing invoices for the emergency Monrovia urban sanitation project. This is huge. They were bribing people. It's online. The company attempted return has sparked debate about corporate accountability and transparency in Liberia sanitation sector. Zoomlion, the allegation, they were bribing people. We get that. So who is bringing Zoomlion back? The concern, what are the concerns? Corruption allegation, employment opportunities, waste management crisis. These are the concerns. So if you are there, you're thinking, while we're having this conversation, the current status of Zoomlion, they send the senior executive to negotiate waste management. Hey, you send people to negotiate, but then what happened with this one? You are sending people to negotiate, but you create a problem in our country, and now you want to come back. So the opposition in Liberia will have reason. You know the reason? Let's know how it go. This is what's happening right now. Let's bring us up to speed. Zoomlion came and they put themselves in the bidding process. You got Zoomlion, Ghana Limited, you got Carlson, Gulf Energy Environment, Seacon Industry, Global Green Energy. There are a lot of them. What next? These are all the companies that went in the first round. The second round, after today's presentation, and thank you, Mame, for these, Carlson, Gulf, and Zoomlion, 3 companies came forward. Tomorrow is the 8th. What happened? Now, on Tuesday, July 8th, these 3 companies, they will present their technical and financial proposal. This includes Zoomlion.
CEO, quickly, is there any Liberian company among them?
I'm not saying any. And Mame will answer when we go to you. Asking a good question.
You can't just see the company name and know where they're from. I mean, Zoomlion, all those from Ghana, but the other 2, I don't know where they're from.
So you see, then tomorrow on Wednesday, Zoomlion will be doing the technical and financial proposal. Folks, listen, if we follow the track, we got some good young men that want to do this. We don't trust them. Maybe they don't have the money. But the people that would say get the money, they ran away with $20 million. But if somebody will ask you, why job we have rejected them? I will keep that for Isaac. Why would they reject it by the CDC government? Mame, if this happened before and under the same Unity Party government, I did it when the people, the Unity Party will run to Mame. Wrap this thing up. We'll end with this one and wrap this thing up, Mame.
Zoomlion can argue that the World Bank lifted their suspension. The question is to Liberia. The World Bank sets standard for itself and says, if you stole from me, I will ban you for 2 years. You must prove to me that you have taken XYZ measure. So World Bank set its own standard for people who stole from World Bank. What standard have we set as a country for company that work with us and stole? What standard have we set? So that World Bank, you clear with World Bank, but you're not clear with Liberia. This is the Liberia you're coming back to work. You're not going to World Bank now. You clear with World Bank. This is Liberia. You're not clear with Liberia. What standard is Liberia setting? But beyond just not clearing with Liberia, you technically owe Liberia. Because the fraud you were engaged into, that you admitted to, it cost the country over $4 million. And the World Bank said, before we can proceed with additional funding, you have to pay that money. Because the country wanted to keep good relationship with the bank, we got several other projects with the bank. We took taxpayer money that we needed to have put in schools, put in hospitals to clear off that liability. And you want to come back to Liberia, you can even show good faith effort and say, oh, I did a bad thing before for 2 point something or $4 million was spent. So yeah, I did $3 million, yeah. Of the $4 million you spent, because maybe you argue that you are sharing it with people in government, fine. But you culpable. Nothing of such. We said no standard. You technically owe us, but we're coming to reward you with another contract. Something that World Bank cannot do because it says stand up for themselves. It's unacceptable. It is not, but even if Zoomlion were from Japan or where, it's not about Ghanaian. And not about the country they're coming from. But the practice, because even in Ghana, they have issues. Don't read the newspaper, don't just go on. Read the Ghanaian audit report 2024. Audit report on what they did just the last year. Don't just read news story, read audit report. So our people, let's just stand up for ourselves. Foreign companies are encouraged, and this story council, for me, waste management, not just cleaning dumper. It's more technical than that. It's more sophisticated than that. It requires logistics. It requires supply chain management. It requires a whole lot than just cleaning dumper. That the cleaning dumper being able to leave on the street dirty over us.
That dumper, what were you big you technical trouble that dumper?
Because we believe waste management is just cleaning dumper. So because we carry in our man, the reason why they dare not take over the whole city, it's not just cleaning dumper. It's technical.
Nah.
It requires equipment, requires specifications. It's not just cleaning dumper. So you can bring any company that are able to do it. That's not a problem. But let's Zoomlion show good faith effort. You owe us. We spent over $4 million because of the foreign activity you did. Let our government show to companies that when you do something, we can penalize you too. The same way the World Bank did. And like brother, not just free show. Thank you, Stanton.
So Stanton, let me just
we gotta go and try to wrap this corner. You want to say
make it simple to make it simple for our people that dumper. Anyway, you have to get a dumper.
Back in 2009 and 2013, when this company showed up in Liberia, that was a capable gentleman with a company with all the equipment called Sam Tike, who actually bidded along with this company, and he had everything to show that he could do the job, equipment-wise, finance-wise, and what have you. Mary Bros skipped over that gentleman and awarded this company that contract. And that was a contract that led us to, as a country, to have a bad name with the World Bank. So if you ask, you can name all the items you want to run this initiative. Liberian companies have the capacity, but just as Fundalak said, we don't prioritize our own. Because why? The other guy will be richer than me. I don't want that. So I'm going to go look for a foreign organization to make rich, and I'll get my cut. And nobody, at the end of the day, will be richer than me, who peddling government. So that's that mentality we need to stop. We can empower our own, and then at the same time, the money will live. I ain't like bread; it will go nowhere.
Thank you. I want to say this, maybe we'll discuss this. We received the COVID-19 report, the full report. We're going to go through it. It's very interesting. I will just, run through it briefly. The amount that we are talking about here, on the George Monoware government, total value of commodities in US dollars, $20 million, 361,000, the actual 60 million. Cost of ocean transport of commodities into Liberia, actual 690,000. In current supply chain cost, 3.3 million. Orders in country implementation cost, 4.5 million. Administration costs, and this is big, which is 659,000. Army costs, indirect support, 1.1 million. They give the different now. The balance they are saying, well, that one should give or report on is the total balance of 2,029,331. In this amount, you have the Ministry of Agriculture as of December 31st, 2020, 857,000. That's the finance balance. And you also have the Ministry of Finance, Development, and Planning. The balance is right there, $1.1 million. So this report will go into them and we'll try to break them down for you to understand. Now, you have counties. Can we meet ourselves, guys, please? You have NIMA. Can we meet ourselves, guys, please?
I came in December.
Somebody is talking. Can we meet ourselves?
Vanana.
Okay, let's just take it out. Maybe I think that he's okay. Thank you. So here's the thing: we got NIMA, we got River G, we got River Sano. These counties that say benefited. We got all of the county. We got all of the breakdown. And again, we have this document. It just came out of the blue. Who said was saying thank you, but a lot of question because compared to what we know and what we have, we'll make the comparison and come back to you tomorrow to discuss this now that we have the final COVID report. They called it the final COVID report. Everybody on set have access to a Government of Liberia COVID-19 Household Food Support Program. Final report July 2022. And then we'll dig into this. I want to say it's been a wonderful show. Right now it's 7:46. We're going to do our closing. I respect everyone. I beg each and everyone. Let's just close with 1 minute because Nelson got to go home. He should be at the Capitol building tomorrow and he should be there on time. So I would beg everyone, please, again, don't forget, we got a big program coming up on Wednesday. The HPX, now Asala Mita Group asking a lot of questions about HPX. The president, Joseph Yema Boaka, is on his way to Washington, D.C. Joseph Yema Boaka visit is very, very, very important. It's about our country and America reuniting, talking about bilateral trade, talking about corporate commercial, talking about everything. And let me say this to you. This visit is so important in and out. In and out. Discuss with Donald Trump. Get what you want to get from him. Hear him out. Hear Joseph Yema Boaka out. And we will sit back to see what we can get. But prior to that, the HPX came up. The president signed $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. Now, people are saying I had a long conversation with folks today. Guess what happened? And somebody told me about Stanton. That's John Weir project. I said, Fui. I was shocked. Couldn't agree. And I really want us to discuss this, but we'll do it tomorrow. I was shocked. And I began to read, the American embassy, this report, $1.8 billion. And people said, well, Stanton, hold on. I said, why should I hold on? This is a good thing. Honor this government. The first major investment, $1.8 billion. B, billion, as in B as in billion, not million. And then we went back and forth, right? And they said, well, Stanton. I said, but what's the $30 million that HPX? They said, no. John, we are putting money in the budget. That $30 million? No, seriously, they put it in the budget. I said, can you show me the budget line? Then they say, oh, you will not see it. But you're on the call now. Lafayette, go, you and myself on the call when we're talking this thing. They say you will not see it. I said, so they put it there and tell the ghost, they put it there and disappear. So, guys, I really want us to talk about this thing, right? But let's do it more. The sedition argument that they put the 30 million Conor Gray in the budget. And I asked Akaris Gray, I said, Akaris, but where can we find it? Akaris said, no. You will not find it. And I asked the other individual, I said, but it's a ghost money. So I hope I get $2 here. I get money, but I don't look for money. So you put money there, right? For me, you put it in the budget. I told you we should have allocation line. Liberia, we're in trouble. Number one, CDC is saying, why Joseph Yema now? You can question why he signed on Sunday. You can question why he signed it before coming to America. And they say, I can question that. But they are saying that Joe, we have project. They say
no lawsuit against some document on Sunday.
Yeah, well, let me finish. Let me finish, my thank you. You know, when I own this move and you're bringing me down, I'm trying to get in the mind of the Liberian.
No, I'm supporting you. I support you on the Sunday issue.
Thank you, Councilor. But my issue is that Conor Gray. Akaris Gray says in the budget. And other people saying that 30 million that the Sanction Summit 12 is in the budget. Can you show to me? They said, no. For me, you've been working with the lawmakers and helping me now. Oh, I don't know. They say you will not see it. They said that ghost money. They say you will never find it. It's there, but you cannot find it. So we discussed HPX. Then when I said, but this is good for Liberia. From where I said, an American company coming in, and this thing was written by the U.S. Embassy, $1.8 billion. Then I can't agree with a Joel project there. I said, He said, well, Senator, where were you? That Joel signed on the project, that Joel brought HPX. So my people are leaving over here, yeah? I don't want to say anything. That the CDC argument, they will say they make their own argument, but I want to say this to you. The first major investment that have come to this country under this president is that $1.8 billion. Now we can talk about it. The first major investment that was signed by Joseph Yema Boakai. You can talk about all the Yama here and there. No. It's clear the American government confirmed through her embassy $1.8 billion. If I'm mistaken, no, it's not my argument, my brother. I didn't say anything whether America or God. No, but you interrupted me, brother, and that's why I kept this topic for last. Conor Gray, you understand what I'm saying? We've been asking, what have Joseph Boakai brought into the country? We've been going around anywhere the president tells you, say that Joel project. Now he signed a $1.8 billion deal. They're saying, but the people will have program for Joel. So if people will end up taking Joel to the city hall and have program for him. It's not me. It's not me. I'm just saying to you, let's be fair. We beat up President Boakai, say, show us what you have brought in the country. Now he signed a $1.8 billion project and said, no, it's for Joel. I'm done. Conor Gray, take us home. Let's do this right.
No. Stand on. I was on the call too, yeah?
No, but I said that Conor Gray talk. You were talking, man. You can do that with Fred or Conor Gray. They said no.
Okay.
You don't want a man to talk?
They ain't talk.
Conor Gray, please, man. Why they got it so hard to do this? You know,
anyone mention me, you are talking here. I didn't thought you say you are on the call. You know what we do, so I will talk. Yeah. I didn't. You thought you're going to talk. I just finished to there. I won't going to say anything about that.
Yeah, but I hear myself on the call. I love to have witnesses. So Conor Gray,
yeah.
If I make $1.8 billion, the people that invest.
Well,
was there a call? Was there ever a call?
Yes.
Yeah, we had a call. Wait, are you still lying?
No, I didn't say that. They consider it on an oath. So when you say yes,
what was the man on oath? The man on oath was small talk.
You know, if you observe, Councillor Agu, there is no claim that will be false that will go unaddressed if made by Stanton. And the fact that he concurs tells you that he was on the show. So he's a man of credibility, right? In my eyes, in my missive.
Thank you.
But
Thank
let's
you.
say this. Let's say this, Stanton. This government inherited a government that used to go into the donor's account, the embassy, and take money from there. How much more WFP? We're closing, right? Now, how much more WFP? The WFP situation reminds me of, I think, the EU money that was given to the government of Liberia for JFK under Coleman, $30 million. Normally, when we fix the budget, I think there's something called other sources. That is external or whatever donors have promised to give us. So the first argument that it was with WFP, WFP has an account that they can debit or credit to the Liberian government for based on, what comes up in their conferences and so on and so forth for Liberia. So I'll wait to see the other argument going further. People can talk, but sometimes that's why in crime they will always advise you to be quiet. If you say any and everything, it will be used against you in a court of law. That is what that is. So let people just be spewing, words that will implicate them in the future, because there's an active investigation going on some of this matter. But what I would say about the sanitation company, Liberia, we are at a crossroad where we need to start adapting what other countries are doing better. There's no way a Liberian will walk in Ghana, get a contract. Not under this sun, not under this day and age. Hell no. Why should that be happening on the reverse? We should sit as a country and think. If we are going to be wealthy people, make it on Forbes magazine and so on and so forth, it will be because of this smaller contract. But if we don't prioritize our own, and we keep talking about HXP, we keep talking about what the HXP issue are coming on there later, but we keep talking about the Zoom Lion situation. Liberians are able and capable of providing sanitation service effortlessly. And the Zoom Lion situation for 2009, 2013 or so is a case in point. We know exactly who are bidden for that contract.
Thank you. Let's try to move on.
Let me just close on the look. Anything that is good for this government, CDC will try to claim dominion of it. I think I made a post about that before. HXP is not a strange paradigm. If you were worthy enough, you would have gotten that contract. But you know what? They were there to self-enrich again. That little money that came up front, that's why they jump on. That's why the project never went forward. And today, the Barker administration was able to renegotiate and got it. Let them keep claiming glorification. At the end of the day, if they were so worthy, they would have done it in their administration. But this administration,
Colin, thank you very much. Let me bring in Fubi. Fubi, let's hear you. Let's close, Fubi, please.
Yeah, so I think that before the HPX people, there should be no single company that will claim or have exclusivity on the railway. So I think it's a good thing for the government to ensure that enforce that. Yeah, I'm not even looking at it from the point of being an American company or whatever, but the president cannot make commitment. Then we sit and see it not taking effect, and we got people pushing their own interests for whatever reasons. As a that they didn't build a railway, so they shouldn't have any exclusivity. So that's obvious that we should have and encourage more investment into the country and not even tie it to that single entity. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at more having Liberian-owned enterprises growing, and that's the issue of the Zoom Lion issue. Got a lot of Liberian sanitation groups, empower them, give them the necessary support that they need to manage the waste in the country. We don't have to keep running. You know, all the people that people call Liberian job, talking about people giving work permit, or these are the kind of things you should be advocating for. Now, not the one work permit that they gave out. You know, push for Liberian-owned companies to run some of these venture. And at the end of the day, they create jobs for Liberians, and they can be able to run the show and empower and help to boom the economy. And so to be driving our activity in some of these directions. But it was a good show, and let's keep pushing and keep talking. At the end of the day, our voices will be heard, and we can help to change and impact the life of a lot of people by our continuous engagement about the government, and cautioning the government to do what is right. And, you know, they might not take all, but at the end of the day, we should keep talking. You know, on the issue of the 30 million, the coronavirus stimulus package. And, you know, we still want to see more outcome of that. And I remember the guys told us not to move around. We didn't eat. They didn't share for all of us, even though they share some. I don't know whether Darrell Goy going to share that way advocating and standing on behalf of the government. Darrell, if you got a few coins, let me know.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Phoebe. I'm going to bring you on VP. VP, we don't want to lose you, so you go ahead. Let's close.
So let me start from with the HPS. I know Yvonne whole stuff. It's very good. I listen to many of you. You know, it's a very good thing, but I have some reservations. It is unprecedented, you know, for our government to sign something that is good in our favor, and they will not be the one to break the news. It will take a foreign company, a foreign country rather, like the United States, to tell us. I mean, the government needs to manage its public narratives more effectively. It's a known fact that we do not, personally, I don't want monopoly of the rail, you know, the railroad, you know. I live Yekepa, I school there, I know how Yekepa was. Beautiful place, almost like America or Europe, or in fact, during those days when you lived there, you used to call the place more America. Send these Indian boys came in the name of Meta Steel. They made our people to live in continuous. Era F is dirty, you know, EAEB, Era Arrow. In fact, right here, Buchanan, you know, Sako 1, Sako 2, those beautiful places. They are all dirty. They are only concerned about getting money. So I think bringing competition, it will almost be like what happened to Lone Star when they were bluffing, or then Comion came, now it's Orange, and then Novavon and Comion and all the other people. Today, everybody is enjoying. But I think the government must muster the courage to tell us exactly what they did. I saw many media releases that the media was disallowed to follow the signing, you know, ceremony. I mean, this is unprecedented. You don't have to hire anything. You are not doing something, you know, but to see the U.S. Embassy announcing, you know, something like that, for me, I mean, it's despicable. It should never happen. On the issue of Zoom Lion, I think the fact that, in fact, CEO, I'm disheartened tonight to see the list of companies that participated, you know, in this bidding process. You can't even find a Liberian company. This is despicable. It's wrong. How do we make middle class, multi-millionaires in this country? When we leave from there, we travel to other countries, they discriminate against us. That's why somebody said, Liberia is the only country you can be deported from. Do you know how many Liberians want to come back? They have expect. When you expect your children who get a degree in environmental science for them to go work for a tech company in their own country, what that stupidity works? Look, I think our leaders need to rethink, redesign their thoughts so that they can begin to prioritize Liberian businesses. Cleaning. And Amula, let me disagree. That dumper thing we're talking here, whether you put chemical, this and that, you cleaning like dumper hero thing we're talking here. And we got people trained to do that. So there's no way you can sugarcoat it like dumper cleaning. So we get Liberian that can do that. See,
Thank you very much.
see the list of
And I
those-
respect that. And I respect that. Listen, just to add to this real quick, the bidding process still going on. We have to speak against the mayor from Painesville, from Monrovia, and all those are part of this bidding process that Zoom Lion, they still need to answer the hard question. A lot of questions unanswered, but we brought them. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Let me put this up very quick. The U.S. Embassy welcomed the signing of the concessions and access agreement between the U.S. and Ivanhoe Atlantic and the government of Liberia. This estimated 1.8 billion MB deal is a crucial step towards President Bouakar's objectives of developing Liberia's multi-user rail policy and securing new international investment. By increasing U.S. investment in Africa, we drive mutual prosperity and support Liberia's move from aid to trade. And that's Donald Trump's main objective. We will not give you one fish every day and feed you, but we'll teach you how to fish. From aid to trade, we are partners. We are not just NGO to feed you and say go to bed. You got to be part of the partnership. And this is huge for President Bouakar. We can talk about the substance, we can talk about the 31 later, but this is a big deal. And I think that every Liberian, every unity partisan, every opposition and imposition should celebrate this. I am not saying that Joseph Joe Manuel didn't bring in $1 billion deal, but I'm yet to see it, and I'm going to leave it like that. You can tell your own. Let's go to my brother Councilor. Go.
You can suffer me, man. You can suffer me too, man. I've got 2 o'clock here. But anyway, nice to be on the show. Guys, I think the discussions we have were all good, and we all are on one front, especially when it comes to the issue of the Zoom Lion. We need Liberians to be involved. We need Liberians to be empowered. So our Liberian companies, even if 2-3 countries will join to get the contract to deliver the services, we think we need to encourage that. Zoom Lion has an integrity issue, whether it has cleared it with the World Bank. For Liberia, Lemame said we must have our own standard. And if we are fighting our own people, our own officials, we are dealing with them for corruption, then we should not be bringing any company that has such a credibility issue in the country to do business. So I think we support our Liberian businesses, and we should call and advocate for one of our companies or 2 or 3 to join to have whatever contract to do the cleaning. Waste management at Dompa work. We just want to make it simple for Liberian people. We know that it has some technical thing. It had trucks and all, but because the waste plenty, so you can use wheelbarrow, you got to use truck. So understand all of those things. You got to find place to dump it because it's plenty. So that's it for Liberian people to understand that Dompa thing we're talking about. On the issue of the HPS deal, I said it before, it's a good deal. Stanton, when you have an asset that people fighting over, you gotta know, then you gotta understand the value. Like one woman, 2 men got money coming with PP card and fighting with your man. They come with PP card and fighting over, that woman. Know that woman got some kind of value in that woman to see. Or maybe that they get in the yard and she maybe just washing clothes, posting on washing clothes. Or every time men coming there to portal hustle, know that there's some kind of value in that woman. So when you see that, then you start protecting it now. So that's how we did it.
Nobody will be part of your analogy. You alone will carry that one tonight.
That's your business.
So
we protected. So we protected. Thank you. Thank you. So we protected the real. We protected the real to ensure that we got the best value, right? Top of value for money. We got the best thing out of the deal. I support the deal because you need what we call mind to market rule. This project, I know we heard people talking about 5 billion. The government said 5 billion. This is different from the Liberty Corridor. You have to understand this project is like you want to do a construction work and you're supposed to build a very big factory or so, but you decide to lease a building first to be operating as your office while you do the construction of the factory in the future. That's how it looks. The current infrastructure is what is going to be managed. It's what is going to be managed by HPX. And then in the future, they're going to get involved into building the new infrastructure, which we call the Lewate corridor. So in terms of when you have a 5 billion and 1.8 billion, that's it. It doesn't. I don't know what people coming from and say the government allowed the now 5.8 and 5 billion. The Lewate corridor is different from this particular one to the extent that I know. To the extent that I know, it's different. So let us embrace the investment. Whether it started doing Joe Wiata, he didn't end it because of technical issue. It come to Mr. and President Boca time. His regime has completed the process and everything is done. It's been signed. Whether it's signed on Sunday, there's no law that says you can sign. There's no law that says you can sign document on Sunday. No law. No law says you can sign document on Sunday.
Muslim and he work on Sunday and off on Friday. Let's move ahead.
So I'm telling you, there's no law that says you can sign document on Sunday. No law tells you that there for that. So it's only because of code service, the code will tell you, say, if you're supposed to serve for people on the adverse party and on Sunday, they will tell you, say, you continue to the next day. They didn't say you can sign. So you sign your letter on Sunday, your application letter on Sunday, and carry and submit it on Monday. They will say your application letter is not acceptable. You sign on Sunday. No. So let us take the investment and into good faith, and let us see what we can benefit from there as a country. There are a lot of other things that will come, a lot of other benefits we can get from the real and the use and in the future investment that will come up. Let us embrace it and work to ensure that our country is developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're bringing Paul Kennedy. Then Mama will be last. I don't know if Asher can hear us. We hope he can hear us. You have to come.
It's my time to talk. Why you want to put me to the back? Messages. Oh, I beg you, let me go before you. Before the put me to the back because
I beg you, let me
internet coming to get problem.
So
you in my business too. Just the way Stanton dog. Give me 1 minute. I won't stay long. I'm not closing long. Just 1 minute. You know, Stanton, get to your phone. Start going back.
Yeah,
this is one of the reasons why, just as United Party folks hear my name, they can be all around the place insulting all kind of thing. Because, like I've always said, gone are the days when United Party will just come and lie through in the sleep. Stop on. You were yelling. Oh, I told them what the 30 million. Hey, why? Senator eat it.
So I mean, you're talking now.
No, not you. Not you. Okay. I just saying something outside of you. Stanton, I just show you evidence of the 30 million that is in the budget. Please put it up there, how people see it.
Yeah, but we said we'll do the 30 million discussion tomorrow.
Well, you won't put it up. So, my people.
No, but the issue is that you do your question. No. I hope you heard me because you are having internet. Great. And I just said we discussed it. We got the final report, and I announced it.
No. It's different. That one is the WFP's money. You said Samuel Toy said HPS gave 30 million, and you were on a call with some.
Oh, the 30 million for HPS.
For HPS, you said you were asking them where is the 30 million. The 30 million was right in the budget. I sent it to you.
30 million for HPS. I don't know what
you to see it. I will show you where it is. Please go to the budget. Go to the income and expenditure statement. Right where they got budget code 000, you will see two external partners. You will see the ArcelorMittal, and then under it, you will see Anvaho HPX. Go to 2022, you will see 30 million right there.
So I said, I'm going to give you extra 2 minutes. Hold on 1 minute, I said. I will give you extra 2 minutes. Lafayette Good, when you and myself were on the call today, including Gray, before he took his flight, we raised this question, right? And another person, I don't want to call their name. And Grace said to us that it's not there. I said, let me say this to you. My wisdom is right here. If you find it, I'm happy and we can discuss it. But Paul Kennedy, the man that served as lawmaker for 12 years, we hold this man today and other people on our call. They said they were seditions. They say you're not there.
Yeah, so but I
If you
wasn't
find
on the
out-
call. I wasn't on the call. I just say what happened.
I said, wait now. I said, wait. I respect you. I just let it be fair and balanced, right? If you showing it to us, I'm going to cut it and put it up and we'll wait for Grace. Grace said we're not funny. Let me wait there. We had 3 hours conversation with lawmakers there. They couldn't show it. How did you find it? I said, though, because you are the incoming lawmaker if you win. So let me put
I
it
said
up.
I found out, man. Gray had no
So
idea on
I just confirmed from someone else who was on the call. Probably when you guys were having the conversation, your phone had internet problems, so maybe you weren't ready to hear what was being said. But someone kept asking just confirmed me that they did not say so. Oh, okay. Okay, let's forget about what was said. Let's come to the reality of the truth. You know, because CDC,
Councilor Gu,
the man said that 30,000. I don't know.
No. It is actually in million. So when you go to the top, you see 000. That's how the budget is fixed.
Okay,
it's 30,000. At 3 zeros come from the top, you see 0. So the budget is fixed in million. That's how, if they say 0.3 million, 0.3 million will be 300,000. So the 30,000 you add 3 zeros from the 30 million.
It said 30
but I said the same budget. The same budget looking at it has 160,000.
No, the budget is made in millions. So the figures don't take the 3 zeros that accompany each number. So the number you see is 30. You add 3 zeros, is 30
million.
No, I said don't wait now. I said don't wait. I said I ask you the question. You raised something good, right? But we're not. But I beg you, ask you.
Don't tell me on Wednesday. Martin call it myself.
No, but I say I'm not talking about you, Martin Colley. Let's stick to this thing. I say I disagree with you on this report, and I think Honorable Gray was right.
Bring your disagreement.
But I say wait now. I beg you, and you on the floor. Can you just listen?
I'm listening.
I'm asking all Liberians. Please go to the budget. I say, what year budget is this? This report here from what year?
Go for 2023 budget because you see the outturn from 2022. Because that money came in the middle of the budget year.
So I just want you to tell us the year. You said 2023, right?
Go in 2023 and look for the outturn for 2022.
Okay. So again, I will beg all of you because we do not have sufficient time. But I totally disagree with Asido, and I agree with Akaris Gray. Akaris Gray will be on the show here tomorrow. I totally agree with Akaris Gray. It is not there. But when we talk about it, I say bad. Is this how you would debate? Is this how you would debate Martin Colley on Wednesday?
Post Martin, that Martin law.
No, but you gotta win now. But I say you gotta win. You doing a good thing here, but I'm saying to you, I say finish when you finish. I will make my point. Finish up.
All right, thank you. What I'm saying, I'm only asking you. This is not a debate. Can you post the budget that I sent to you? Simple. It is not a debate on someone said, someone didn't say. It is on the basis of the facts that exist. I have sent you the national budget that was signed by the president. Could you kind of just post up here what is in the budget so the people see, Papa? What the debate in the 1 year again?
Okay, so I agree with you now. You give me a chance to talk without interruption. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big debate coming Wednesday. I beg you, whoever coaching Asido, this will be one of his weakness, right? You got to be patient and listen. But let me say this, Asido. We are seeing what you sent us in the chat room. And we'll discuss it more when Akaris come on the show. The reason why I want to do it, because Akara, I agree with him. You are twisting something, we do not have the time to proceed. So I say thank you very much for showing me something that I really don't believe is the budget for 2022, but we can have that conversation. You are not saying the truth. So thank you very much, Minister Doe. Let's go to Paul Kennedy now. Paul, you want to talk?
Listen, it was a good show, and I'm glad that we always have the back and forth. And thank you to Conor Gray. Is there anything we say or be fact checked? But let me start by applauding the president for signing a $1.8 billion concession agreement. In 1926, we signed a $5 million loan that Firestone brought and got 99 acres of land. By 1970, that investment went to $500 million. By 1988, according to the data, and I'm reading from the U.S. government, foreign depository, whatever that word, I will share the link. By 1970, they have 500 million, and by 1988, it was 2.65 billion. And since 2023, it's been over 2 billion of investment with Firestone. My question is, what has Liberia benefited from all these billions? They take the rubber, they bring it here to Ohio, they face tire. We want raw cup, we got to go to Cote d'Ivoire to buy it and Guinea to buy it. You would think that with such a long-term investment and prospects. Am I muted? Can you hear me? All right. You would think that with such long-term investment, those big, portfolio investment, Liberia will actually be benefiting a lot. But now we should be manufacturing tire in Liberia and distributing it, even if it's not around Africa, around West Africa. But no, they take the rubber, they put it in the container, they bring it to the Freeport, it come to Firestone, it come to Ohio here, and then they manufacture rubber and they do everything with it, and nothing will get besides, you see, Papi then in Firestone will stick on their shoulder, passing around. Some of them get sick. They don't get hospital facility to go to. Their children don't have good educational facility. Some of them die in poverty. And at the end of the day, after working for 20 years, they can show you $5,000 in their bank account. So I'm really not happy when I hear all these billions of agreement. What I'm happy about is what does the MDA, the Mineral Development Agreement, says about this 1.8 billion. And some of you here got to enlighten me. Because you see, the thing is, we want investment to come. But how does that investment benefit Liberia? Especially when it comes to royalty on oil and mining and mineral. Only 3% Liberia gets. 3%. When our lawmakers going to sit down to review the law to say, listen, instead of 3%, we take 40%. We're coming back to renegotiate all of our agreements. If you don't agree, go to Guinea or go somewhere else. We'll process our own oil, we'll process our mine, and we'll be able to get benefit out of it. I think it is 2025 going forward. Liberians have to be thinking innovatively to do things that will benefit our future. And it can't just be for us, because for us now, we don't have no more future. But the kids who are born, it will take all the money from the investment and use it on the country today, put the country in debt. Why are those kids who are being born, who are coming up? There are people who graduated since 2015. They have never found job to do in the country. So these are the kind of conversation we should be bringing to the table. Why I agree, and I'm glad of the $1.8 billion signature to the investment, I also want to know what the investment brings to Liberia. As far as the issue of the 30 million on COVID, if Liberian government has problem with the 30 million on COVID, they think it was misappropriated, let them call Samuel Twe and let him, speak to it. WFP is not answerable to you, Vandela Patrick, or people on social media. WFP does not meddle in our local politics. You accuse them, somebody said this or this, they don't go back to respond to everything. If the Liberian government thinks that WFP needs to provide them an answer, they'll go to the Ministry of Justice or Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will, get WFP to provide them whatever information they need to provide. So let's stop this speculation and stop saying what WFP is supposed to do, what they ain't supposed to do. As far as the reporting is concerned, they know who they are reporting to, and Liberia is a part of the UN. Now we sit on the Security Council, so it's a good thing for us. Listen, over 2005 was CDC and United Party. 2011 it was CDC and United Party. 2017 it was CDC and United Party. 2023 it was CDC and United Party. 2029 CDC and United Party fighting again. It will be 2 decades, almost a generation, 3 decades. Why can't we find a better option to these two guys or these two parties that have kept our people so much in poverty? That's my conversation. And I say people start jumping all around. Let's begin to think outside of the box. We are doing the same thing and getting the same result, but we're expecting different things to happen. That's the clear picture of insanity. We are not seeing people in Liberia. If something doesn't work, let's find a better option for it. CDC and United Party have maligned us for a long time. They are fooling our people. They are taking money. They are corrupt.
Bring your party.
Let's find a better option. Let's find LANU. Liberian National Union is the best option.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring who next? Is Darius and Mama, you will take us one back. You let Darius speak. Mama, you will be the last. Darius.
Okay, so thank you. I think it was a great show. And we come here every day to agree, to disagree, to bring what is happening to the Liberian people, you know. But on the issue about Samuel Tuer and the COVID funds, there's nothing I see wrong with that. Former finance minister have challenged the entire government. And I don't want to believe Minister Gaffan did not see the report from WFP on the funds. WFP have made a report. It is public. In the 1001 note, it was made mention. Minister Gaffan has the report of the 28 million spent by WFP. The 2 million that's left, this is the same Minister Gaffan that is requesting it. They have taken the money. So the argument is, if this money was controlled and managed by the government, Minister Gaffan would not be requesting from WFP for the same money. The money by now should have been government account. But it tells you that this money was never managed by the Liberian government. It was expended by WFP and the World Bank. And then the remaining funds that left, this government is now requesting the fund for reallocation. So nothing there. If the government has anything on Minister Tuer, then it is incumbent upon the government to go after it. And then go to WFP, say, look, the report you made, we are not understanding this in the report. So we lay that to rest. On the issue of the HPXD, we welcome it. We think it is in the interest of the country. But the red flag is the manner in which it was signed, and the contract is now available in the public space. It has been 24 hours. This government, the executive mansion or the Ministry of Information, have not come out to disclose that to the Liberian people, to break the news. We just discussing it, hearing it from embassy website and what have you in the corridors, social media. This government has failed. On the issue of RAA, it is clear. All of the corruption institution, the anti-corruption institution, all of the anti-corruption institutions are just being engulfed with corruption. So what is happening? Is it because they are tenure position? So it means the president cannot take action? Today we talk about asset recovery. No action has been taken. The red flag has been raised. LCC is not going out after asset recovery. Today we're talking about RAA. Tomorrow we'll be talking about GSC and the very LACC. So where are we going? I don't think the effort to fight corruption is yielding any fruitful. President Bouaka is suspended. Yesterday, President Weah suspended. We thought the argument could be, since UP said President Weah was suspending without prosecuting, today we expect that President Bouaka is suspending and prosecuting. But it's the same, suspension. Nothing have changed. Thank you
very much.
No, my man, it's not the same with President. We are persecuted.
Thank you very much. You guys, like I said to someone today, I just like the way in which you're making the case for George Manawe not to come back. Abula Mama, let's hear you.
Good show today. For me, I will wait to read the Ivanhoe Agreement and see what it says, the terms of the agreement, before I can make a very strong opinion on it. But I know how they came to Liberia. The whole story about Ivanhoe 30 million being in the budget. We have a law in our country. Concession has to be signed. There has to be an agreement between the two countries, between the country and another partner to take money from them. Whether Ivanhoe had an agreement with the government before they took money from them and put in the budget according to them for civil servants, according to the finance minister. Akara Gray, who were in the legislature, will come on the show and will speak to that. But for me, whether it's in the budget or it's not in the budget, it's a non-issue for me. It's really a non-issue for me. The whole transaction itself, according to Tue himself, that will led him into trouble. That will lead him to be sanctioned. That's what Tue said. So it's a problematic transaction. That's why I want to wait for the agreement. On the Blue Lion, what is it? Zoom Lion.
Zoom Lion.
On Zoom Lion, our country need to set standard. The World Bank set her standard. If you steal from me, I will ban you. You will go through this. You will go through that before I can lift the ban. We have not set standard. But let's leave standard apart. Let's come to liabilities. Because of Zoom Lion's connivance with people, duplicating receipts, inflating receipts. When they brought one truck, you put 1 0 behind it, make it 10. When it's all to pay 1,000, you take 10,000. It cost the country millions of dollars. Because we did not want our relationship with the World Bank to spoil, World Bank say if you don't pay that money, we put freeze to everything the country went. Pay that money. A poor country with kids on the floor, no drugs in the hospital, paying back millions of dollars because a private company colluded with few staff at the Moreira City Corporation to defraud a World Bank payment and steal millions of dollars. We taxpayers, the poor people, have to pay that money. And those in government now sitting comfortable to transact with Zoom Lion, they have forgotten. They can't even remind them. They said, this is what you did. And we certain stand up for ourselves before we can proceed with you. You have to be in good books with us. Let's leave repetition. We pay 4 million or 5 million on your behalf. Let's agree you pay some to other people. Let's share it 60, 40, or 70, 30. Pay that money back to us before we can even negotiate with you and pre-qualify you to participate in our bid. That's what nationalism is all about. That's why I expected that city mayor to be telling Zoom Lion, I don't have problem with you. I don't have problem with your name and where you come from. But you did business transaction in our country, yeah, it cost us to pay millions of dollars back. Before I can even engage with you further, pay that money back. They put chairs in our schools, then you qualify to talk to us. That's nationalism. That's patriotism. Zoom Lion, who they have told you no? They would have said these people know what they're doing. They don't drink water through their nose. They are smart people. We took money from them, they pay on our behalf. Now they're holding us to pay before we can enter a business transaction. They will see you as a responsible mayor. But you left all to go. Pre-qualify them and come and reward them with another contract. It's wrong, it's unacceptable. It's wrong, it's unacceptable. And it's not because they are named. For me, I will meet here. I know what it means to do sanitation. When you're in America, yeah. The way you saw sanitation done in America is how we want it in Liberia. And they're not done by hero work. The way you saw sanitation done in America, that's how we want it in our country. And to get it like that in our country, it requires technology, it requires experience, it requires logistics, it requires resources. It's not done by hero work. Because we take it to be done by hero, that's why the debt take over the country. We underestimating the problem of waste management and just taking it to be done by hero. It is not a done by hero work. It is a technical work. Other people have invested over time to study how to do it, to invest how to do it, and they're doing it good. Their cities are clean. We take it to be done by hero. Our cities are dirty, decading our people.
You call my name, I'll respond.
Decading our people, and we're calling it done by hero. It's not done by hero work. It requires sophistication. Let's encourage the Moreover City Corporation to do the best thing. And one of the best things is to tell Zoomlion, pay that money back before
with interest. With interest, please.
Thank you.
Pay back with interest.
Thank you, Temple. I'm done.
Yeah, sound argument, Abdullah.
I want to say to all of you, the press release of the government of Liberia and the Enviro Liberia Limited signed on Sunday is out. I think I just put it in the chat room, where you got Jeff Blibble, Chairman, Inter-Ministerial Concession Committee. You got Augustine Pay-Gafwan, the Minister of Finance. You got William Pay, Minister of Mines and Energy. You got the Honorable Salif Raktalo, Minister of Transport. They all were in attendance. They were tested by Honorable Oswald Twe, again, for the Republic of Liberia, Justice Minister, and also Ms. Brown Barnes, President, Chief Executive Officer of Ivanhoe. These documents are very important for 25 years agreement. This agreement is a 25 years agreement which allow for the transportation of the Guinea iron ore through Liberia infrastructure. Again, this subject is very important, subject to necessary bilateral agreement with the government of Guinea. Position Liberia as an emerging regional logistics and export hub. You can read it, and we discuss on the folder, this MDA. It will be better for us to discuss it. On phase one of this operation, Enviro will be granted initial rail access for 5 million metric tons. That's the first one. There's a lot into this thing. Let's read it, and let's just understand that the concession and access agreement, the CAA, grant Enviro Limited the right to develop up to 30 million metric tons per annum of railport asset capacity, against which the company made a 37 million upfront payment a few years ago to the previous government. So that's the argument. Conor Gray, the people bringing back that money, right? The Georgia government said, well, it was 30 million. Now in this report, we are hearing it was 37 million upfront payment. They say it's very clear, and we'll put this up. They say against which the company made a 37 million upfront payment a few years ago to the previous administration. This is big, but everyone should understand that. We will get into it tomorrow. That's why we couldn't discuss it further. Under the agreement, Enviro is to make a series of payment to the Liberian government, including the first payment of 10 million upon ratification of the agreement, and the second payment of 15 million when the company is given physical asset for phase one of its operation. Upfront of 10 million is coming in. Almost just remember, they already gave you 37 million during George Weah time. Over the left of the agreement, Enviro will make contribution to the Community Development Fund, CDF, to support local infrastructure, education, and health services. They all will come with those promises, but will wash out for days. In terms of employment, the project will provide over 500 direct jobs, 500 direct jobs during the construction phase of the project, and approximately 3,000 indirect jobs through Liberian suppliers and service providers. The Honorable Chairman, Jeff Bilbro, of the Inter-Ministerial Concession Agreement Committee, and Chairman of the NRC State-Based Agreement Open Liberia Okay, which is so good. It open the country. It's a lot to read, but we'll share it on our website. I will ask Nelson, can you please share it on our website? Let me send it to you, Nelson, that you can put it up and share it. It's very important for us to do so. And we want to say to all of you out there, please go on Spoon and read it if you have not. This is it. It's in the chat room. Nelson, let me send this to you. Please do it now. I'm asking you to please do it now. I just sent it to you. Download it, share it for the country to read the agreement. But again, a lot to this thing. I want to say to all of you, go and read it. It's very important. And you know, it's very important. It's a 25 years agreement, 25 years. But a lot coming with it. Continue to read and dig deeper into it, and we'll discuss it more. Now, just understand, the talking about $1.8 billion here. Just understand, the first 10 billion will be coming through. Small money. But guess what? They have already given $37 million upfront under the George Manawia government, right? Watch and see, and you're going to understand. Guys, on this note, we want to say thank you very much for joining us. It's been a great program. Come back again tomorrow. Let's have fun and let's discuss Liberia issue. But you got to be understand now. Whenever we're here, you got to be here, and we want to be grateful. Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. It's good to see you, Fubi Hammers, as always. Thank you for joining us, Paul Kennedy. Thank you, my brother, Vendetta Patrick, and have a good evening, sir. Here we are. Nelson Colette, thank you very much. You're going to meet yourself. You're meeting Nelson.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much for producing tonight. Nelson promised to be at the Senate by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Let's see whether you'll be there. Please work on the map, Nelson, and let us know. But for now, we want to say that we appreciate all of you. Come back again tomorrow. Let's discuss. A big deal in Liberia, a very big deal. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. You too. Well, thank you everyone for being here with us tonight. We appreciate your participation, your contribution on the show tonight. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to the many of you who have been following by means of our social media, on our different social media handles. We appreciate you. Thanks to our audience on radio, those of you listening by means of the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and by means of the relay on the different radio stations as well. We appreciate you for being here with us. And I want to say thanks to our folks in the comment section. We appreciate all of you, Tommy Jr., Josh, Morris Jr., Harrison, Mabi's son. We appreciate all of you tonight. Lincoln Morris. I see Philip Bala, Jenny's son. Thank you for being here. Mohammed Rogers. We appreciate Van Raw. Thank you for being on tonight. Ruth Goba, Ruth, we appreciate you. Lorena Gotter, thank you for being on. Samuel Smith, Kokolo Jones, thank you for being on as well. Amos Gompu, your cousin, Mr. Cousin, thank you for being on tonight. Samuel Smith, we appreciate you as well. Honorable Gray, Honorable Moses, Akaras Moses Gray, thank you for being on tonight. You'll see Abraham Amaraduna, we appreciate. Samuel Smith, thank you for being on as well. Toga Richards, thank you for being on. Pierre Kimber, thank you as well for being on tonight, ma'am. We appreciate you. Philip Bala says 4 hours and 41 minutes. Yes, that's the countdown. But we appreciate you for being on with us. 4 hours, 41 minutes. Thank you for being on with us. My dear sister Lavette Bundle, thank you for being on. Willie K. Jr., thank you. That's Willie. Vani Burfey Jr., we appreciate you as well. We look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of the program. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now. This life is not a special one, but the sea goes down.